Chapter 15. Holiday Reading. The book fair was held in the town every August when many locals were away. Nevertheless, it attracted a good-sized crowd of literature-loving customers, augmented by visitors to the town looking for something to do. Most of the latter were perplexed by the antiquarian and collectible modern editions on offer. There was hardly a paperback in sight. Callum noticed as he strolled through the fair, fascinated despite himself. What kind of person bought second-hand books on traction engines or keeping geese? Even the fiction was mostly by authors unknown to him. It seemed that book collectors were a whole new, previously unsuspected subset of humanity. He picked a luridly covered volume at random from the shelf in front of him. It was The Haunted Abbey by Mrs. Ashley Galbraith. The blurb was breathless. Adela Everingham, recovering from a broken engagement, arrives at Aunt Celia's cottage in the country. Exploring the ruins of nearby Sackby Abbey, Adela meets tall, sardonic soldier Captain Paul Repton, who tells her the story of a ghostly monk that haunts the abbey. Later, Adela comes across handsome local solicitor Mark Frampton, who intimates that things at the abbey are not all they seem. In a thrilling climax, Adela must choose between the two explanations of the mystery and the two men who profess to love her. Callum looked inside the front of the book for the price. It was £35, far too high for an impulse purchase. He put it back on the shelf and made his way outside. It seemed bright and busy on the street after the hushed gloom of the book fair. He leant against the facade of the town hall, watching the passers-by. It was all very well taking an enforced break, but what the devil was he to find to do? The town was small, with an historic castle, prison, and abbey, the first two of which he had visited on the first day of his holiday. He had also gone into some of the charity shops on the high street, in search of reading matter, but it seemed that his lassitude made it impossible to find anything that appealed to him, not even amongst the contemporary detective fiction that he usually read. Decisions had become a problem, and his inability to make them the reason why his boss had ordered him to get away from everything for a couple of weeks. Everything included Tessa, who was already showing some signs of impatience with his condition. Dr. Piper had assured him that he had, in all probability, been working too hard. The Leicester contract had been signed just in time to save the company, and concurred with his boss that he needed a complete change of scene. Tessa had hoped he would take her to Barbados, but he chose instead, on a whim, to come away on his own to this northern town, without even a car to get about in. The hotel was very comfortable, but small, with few facilities. He did not feel like staying in his room watching television, and Dr. Piper had warned him about drinking too much alcohol. That left walking around the town or taking a train or bus to attractions further afield. Callum bought himself a cup of coffee at a cafe. Sitting outside at a table on the pavement, he contemplated the rest of his day. There was always the abbey, he supposed, smiling as he remembered the haunted abbey. Surely every monastic ruin in the country must have its putative ghost. The abbey was beyond the town to the west, and Callum decided to walk there. It was hot. The midday sun blazed down. He had bought a bottle of water and sipped from it frequently. The abbey ruins lay in an idyllic spot near the river, and as Callum drew closer, he could see that they were impressive. The church seemed to survive almost to roof height. He bought a guidebook from the kiosk and thoroughly explored the site. There were rare survivals such as the coloured, glazed floor tiles in the church and an almost complete perpendicular window in the refectory. The abbey was constructed of handsome, locally quarried sandstone. There were few other people about, only a family with two toddlers in a bulky pushchair and a young woman who seemed to be on her own. Callum could not help but notice her. Good-looking, in a waif-like way, she trailed around listlessly, seeming only half awake, apparently following in his footsteps, although he noticed that she did not have the guidebook. As he was looking at the floor tiles in the church, she appeared beside him. He glanced at her face, and to his dismay saw that she had been crying. "Is there anything I can do?" he asked diffidently. "I very much doubt it," she said, "unless you have a magic wand." Her voice was low and musical. She took a handkerchief from her blouse pocket and dabbed at her eyes. They were green, Callum noticed, and her hair red. He had never seen such pale, translucent skin. "I'm afraid I'm not a magician, but I am a good listener," Callum said, putting on his most cheerful voice. "The ruins are rather melancholy, aren't they? But romantic all the same. Are you on holiday?" "I've been here many times," she said. "Sometimes I find a sympathetic friend." "Well, I hope that I am that," said Callum. "I am Gwendolyn." "Callum," said Callum. Gwendolyn had stopped crying. "Shall we walk together?" she asked. They strolled, somewhat randomly among the ruins. Occasionally, he pointed out a feature. She smiled wanly. "You seem to know a great deal about the Abbey," she said. "I've read the guidebook." "There are some things it doesn't include." Callum laughed. "I suppose there has to be a ghost." "Yes, of course. It's of a young woman from the town who was the secret lover of one of the monks. She took to pagan practices, and he, in a fit of horror at what she had become, killed her and buried her outside the Abbey grounds. She is said to appear only to male visitors." "I'd better watch out then. Don't worry. I'll protect you." They had wandered into the monks' dormitory. "Are you a Christian, Callum?" "I was a choir boy at school, but that was a long time ago." "But you enjoy visiting old monasteries?" They were such impressive buildings in their day and must have seemed quite alien to the local people. The religion of the monks would have been equally foreign. Gwendolyn reached down and picked a piece of tall grass. She shredded the seed head between her finger. "Are you feeling better?" he asked. "A little," she answered, glancing up at him with a flash of a smile. She sat down on the grass. Callum sank down beside her. She put her arms around his shoulders and nuzzled into his neck. He felt the sharp nip of her teeth. Instinctively, he leaned away from her. "What's the matter?" she asked. "I thought you liked me." "I do. I don't know." He put his fingers to the trickle of blood that ran down his neck. "You've broken the skin." "I got a bit carried away. I like you, Callum. I want you now. Why should we wait? You don't have to buy me expensive meals." Callum was aware that he must seem somewhat priggish. "I have a girlfriend at home." "She doesn't need to know about me. I don't mind." Gwendolyn put her hand on the back of Callum's head. She looked into his eyes. "Besides, you taste nice." Callum felt his resistance crumble. He leaned forward and allowed her to kiss him. Later that afternoon, Callum awoke. They had walked to the corner of the field behind the ruins and laid down under the hedge. Gwendolyn had gone while he was asleep. There was no trace of her. He put his fingers to his neck. The blood was no longer flowing, but he could feel the slight puckering of the wound. Feeling rather foolish, now the heat of passion was over, he stood up, brushed himself down and walked back to the Abbey. There was no one around. Even the kiosk was empty. He began the long trudge to the town. Callum realized that he had no idea how to find Gwendolyn. They had not exchanged phone numbers, and she hadn't left a note. Presumably, she preferred it that way. He would have liked to see her again, get to know her better. She was an interesting girl, and he had enjoyed making love to her, though the truth was that she had made most of the running. Once he got back to the hotel, he was exhausted, and it was all he could do to keep awake for dinner. He ate heartily, however, and felt better. One of the guests, a woman called April, joined him in the bar afterwards. She too was staying at the hotel on her own. Her husband was away on a business trip in the US, and she was taking the opportunity to have a short holiday. "It's good not to be in each other's pockets all the time," she said. Callum found himself telling her about the reasons for his own enforced break. She was very sympathetic. "Burnout is a terrible thing. Taking a holiday is the best way to deal with it. And this is a good hotel, very discreet." She smiled at him. His eyes were drawn to the red of her lips. He fought against a sudden impulse to lean over and lick them. He mentioned that he had been to visit the Abbey, and she laughed. "You know it's meant to be haunted." "So I understand. It's a story put about to warn people off. After dark, the Abbey is a notorious trysting place. How do you know all this?" April laughed. "I have my sources." Callum found April very easy to talk to. She asked him about himself, and he felt no need to hold back. She was a good-looking woman, immaculately made up and dressed. It was difficult to guess her age. She mentioned that she did not have any children. It seemed to be the one thing she struggled with. "We have plenty of room, but it seems that George can't have them. He won't consider adoption, and all the other stuff didn't work," she sighed. "You haven't considered a donor?" asked Callum. "Wouldn't that be the easiest way? George thinks he might be able to father a child one day, despite what the doctors tell him. He doesn't want to raise someone else's brat. You could get pregnant and tell him it was his." April shook her head. "What a dastardly thing to do, though, Callum." "Oh, I don't know." She eyed him speculatively. "You're not offering, are you?" Callum had drunk several gin and tonics. "Maybe I am." They were alone in the bar. He kissed her neck, then took the tender skin between his teeth. "Easy," she said. He took April's hand and allowed her to lead him up to her room. In the morning, Callum found himself back in his own room, although he had no memory of how he had got there. He did remember making love to April, though. At one point, she had asked him not to be so rough, though he was sure he had restricted himself to only a few playful nips. The warm taste of her lingered in his mouth. She had thanked him profusely after he had promised never to contact her again. He found it intriguing that even now it was possible that she was carrying his child. Despite having made love to 2 women in one day, something that he could not remember having happened before, Callum was filled with an unaccustomed longing. He walked the streets of the town, newly aware of possibilities both obvious and more nebulous. As he passed the town hall, he could see from the posters that the book fair had reached its last day. Inside it was as cool and dim as ever. The haunted abbey was no longer on its shelf. Instead, there were some new pulp titles. Curse of the Rotten Scoundrel and Loud Sings Her Blood. The stallholder saw him looking at the books. "You'll not go wrong there," he said. Callum walked back out into the sunlight, carrying his parcel. A blonde girl was waiting by the door, clutching a bag of books from the fair. He could smell the heady ripeness of her above the mustiness of the old volumes. Just as he caught her eyes, she smiled at him. He was sure he could hear the blood singing in her veins. He sauntered over. The break seemed to be doing Callum the world of good. Chapter 16. Sparks from the Fire. The feasting is done, and the cooey has lit the great fire. See how the flames crackle through the brushwood, and sparks fly up into the darkness. Soon the timber will burn and warm us through the night and into the dawn. A cooey says it is my turn to tell the story, but I'm not sure you'll want to listen. I have seen you young people laugh at me when you think my back is turned. To you, I am an old dodderer and past anything that matters. Perhaps the elders are right, and the old ways are no longer important to you. You care only for your electronic toys and your school books. There are many ways to tell a story, many different points of view. It is a question of choosing the right one. I am not a natural wordsmith. On my evenings with the elders, I listen, but I do not speak. Maybe I should stare into the fire for a while and think the story through, untangle the knots and smooth it out in my own mind, to my own satisfaction. But then there would be silence and no guarantee of a story at the end of it. So we will see how it unravels. The hunt was successful and your bellies are full, and it is too much effort for you to move away from the fire. So maybe you will listen for a while and doze, and I will ramble on, as old men do, and fulfill the obligation a Cuey has entrusted to me. Not all people have lived as we do now. In days gone by, the rules were different, often stricter, and the taboos more carefully policed. Tura, a maiden of 17 years, had grown weary of the surveillance she and the other girls suffered from the older women. She could not even speak to a young man without a chaperone taking her arm and leading her sharply away. Tura was the daughter of an elder, and so was expected to behave extra cautiously and well, as befitted her status, and as an example to the girls of lesser caste. Tura's father had died, and despite her status, she was put to work, milling the grain and mixing the flour with water and frying the bread. She was taught to spin and weave the fine cloth that the women wore. Life was harder then, and everyone, even the children, had to do their bit, fetching water from the creek. The menfolk herded the goats and once each quarter went hunting with spears for gazelles. And if the hunt was successful, the whole village feasted and celebrated under the full moon, as if they were as free as they had been before the mundane settled life and the growing of grain and the herding of goats. Tura's father had been a great hunter, although he was not always an easy man to know. He had often shirked his responsibilities and gone walkabout in the bush. He was tolerated by the others because of his skill in the hunt, and because he reminded them of the old days, in the far distant past, when hunting had been the way of life of the tribe. Tura longed to go hunting. She was tall and strong, and could run without becoming tired. She was sure she would not be a burden to the men, but she knew that they would never take her. This was the strictest taboo of all, for the boys were initiated on the hunting trips and received the markings on their cheeks that made them men. So Tura wove and spun and milled the grain to make the bread, and watched the young men as they herded the goats and prepared themselves for the hunt. And she grew angry and bitter at her lot, for it had been decided that it was time for her to take a husband, and in those days she had no say in who that would be. As she assessed the young men who enjoyed a status equal to her own, none of them seemed worthy of her, and in her pride she grew surly and rarely smiled. At last, her mother spoke to her. "Why, Tura, are you so glum when your wedding day approaches? You should be looking forward to all that it will bring." Tura sobbed. "Oh, mother, I don't want to be married." "Nonsense, girl." Her mother tut-tutted. "You will be married and learn to like it. It has already been decided who your spouse will be." "Don't tell me, mother. I don't want to know." Tura's mother sighed and stroked her daughter's hair. "This marriage will come to pass, so reconcile yourself to it." The year moved on and it was time for another hunt. The men were painting the swirling designs on their bodies in readiness, allowing the women and dogs to guard the goats. It was harvest time, and out in the fields the women scythed the wheat and pushed it into rows to dry. Everywhere, women were working and the men were sharpening their spears and talking themselves into a state of readiness. As she went about her work, Tura watched the men carefully. Only one caught her eye, a tall young man called Selim, who had no caste and was quieter than the rest. As a child, Selim had run away from another village and had been taken in by the elders. He was forced to work harder than any man. Despite his lowly origins, he had forged a reputation for honesty and skill at hunting. It had been regarded as a great honor for him when he was initiated into the tribe. Tura knew that his lowly status meant that he would not be the man already picked as her husband. Then Tura thought she could hear her father's voice. Be brave, Tura, and chase your dreams. For you are truly the daughter of Idris, who hunts now in the starry heavens. That night, as the hunter's moon rose in the darkening sky, Tura slipped away from her hut. The men had gathered at the far end of the village, ready to venture out into the bush. From somewhere in the middle distance, a lion roared, a sure sign the gazelle were close by. The men would not be the only hunters out that night. Tura followed the men as they silently padded out through the scrub. It took all her concentration not to lose them, and to walk quietly, even when she trod on a thorn and had to stop and draw it out. After some time, the hunters stood still. They were listening intently. They began to gesticulate to each other in an elaborate mime. In the light of the moon, they spread out in a wide arc and held their spears at the ready. Tura found that she was holding her breath. As she looked across the plain, she was horrified to see a lioness crouched and ready to spring at one of the oblivious hunters. With no time to think, she shouted, "Look out!" The hunter, it was Salim, turned and threw his spear. It missed, and the lioness slunk off, unhurt. Salim ran over to Tura. "Whatever are you doing here?" he asked. His eyes gleamed in the moonlight. "I wanted to go on a hunt," said Tura lamely. "You saved my life," he said. "But you have broken the taboo. Perhaps if you go home now, all will be well." Tura hung her head forlornly. Salim took hold of her hand and squeezed it. "Off you go." Tura retraced her steps back to the village. Dawn was close and she barely had time to slip back into the hut and lay down among her sleeping sisters before the sun came up. Soon, she was at the quern stone, grinding the grain. The hunters had returned empty-handed, so there was no celebration, no feasting, no fire. By the afternoon, the men had washed the colored earth from their bodies and were again taking the goats out to pasture. Tura watched the women winnowing the grain. Tura's mother came to meet her at the end of the day. "We have chosen your future husband, and it is time for you to be introduced. Be ready after our meal tonight." "But mother," her mother's patience snapped. "Don't but mother me. You will be ready and you will look your best, or you'll have me to answer to." So Tura put on her bangles and her finest cloth and painted white spirals on her cheeks. After her meal, she went to her mother's hut and sat and waited for her future husband to arrive. Time passed and still he did not come. Tura's mother began to fidget and looked out toward the setting sun. "Where can he be?" she asked. Etiquette meant that she could not go and look for the man, for he must come freely or not at all. After the sun had set, she lit the little tallow lamp, and they waited again. Tura dared to hope that he would not come. Her mother was already furious at the slight of unpunctuality. What would she be like if he did not come at all? It dawned on Tura that her future husband could have heard about her following the hunters. She had spoken to Salim without a chaperone being present. Her reputation must be in tatters amongst the men. Some of them would have seen or heard her in the bush. Tura's mother was distraught. It had taken many days to negotiate the marriage. Now all that effort was wasted, and the family had lost face. The village gossips had much to work on, and soon Tura's reputation was ruined. She had brought shame on her family and broken one of the strongest of all the taboos. At first, Tura did not care about her reputation, and she was pleased that she would not be getting married. But then she began to notice the few unmarried women in the village, those shamed in some way or too ill or ugly, and how they were spurned by all, even those of high caste. These women were forced to do the most uncongenial work. This gave Tura pause for thought. She had believed that her youth and good looks would protect her, but it occurred to her now that she would not be young forever. And so Tura entered a new stage in her life, where she was fearful and chastened, but fought to improve her reputation by hard work and wise living. On hunting nights, she still felt the pull of desire, but told herself that it was all in the past. She worked hard and was respectful to her elders, and by and large, she was content. But still, she prayed to her father for some way out of her present life. One night, when she had slipped away and was walking back to her hut via the corral, she almost bumped into Salim, whose turn it was to guard the goats. She looked down at the ground as the taboo dictated. He laughed and said, "I have been watching you. You work hard, and you are very respectful. But no one will marry you except me." Tura looked up in surprise. She realized then that it must have been Salim who told everybody about her following the hunt. He was smiling down at her, and she thought, "He loves me." Slowly and carefully, she looked him in the eyes and smiled right back at him, the smile of an equal. Over the next few days, Tura could feel Salim's eyes on her. Soon afterwards, he asked for Tura's hand, and Tura's family were so pleased to be rid of her that they agreed at once. So Tura and Salim were married, and before Salim went hunting, he always said thanks for the time he was saved from a lioness by Tura. Even her many children did not stop Tura from wanting to go on the hunt. There were some misgivings in the village that Tura had married below her caste, and this was seen to account for the fact that Salim and Tura had an unusual marriage. The two of them discussed every decision and came to an agreement about how to proceed, rather than Salim laying down the law like the other men. And because they generally made good decisions, their way of going about things spread to some of the other families in the village. And this is how the old taboos shifted their shapes, and how you young girls and boys have won your freedom to go to school, take jobs in the city, and choose who to marry. And please do not in your newfangled lives forget the hunting and feasting and the lighting of the fire. And remember, if you can, an old man telling a story, his words as fleeting as the sparks that fly. Chapter 17. Entitlement. Alicia had never met an honourable before. Chris was the youngest son of the Duke of Northampton, and therefore the Honourable Christopher Cathcart, a title to be used only, he explained, in the third person. Being honourable did not stop Chris from stealing college crockery and, at the May ball, several crates of white wine that had been left unguarded in the bar. Chris also stole paperbacks from Blackwell's, and just about anything he could get away with. Alicia's unease at this behaviour, in fact, it was more than unease, made her feel very prudish and middle class. He and his fellow Old Etonians didn't seem to think about it much. They just did it. In some ways, she envied them their elan. Alicia suspected that Chris regarded their relationship in much the same cavalier spirit. He seemed very affectionate when they were alone. But with his friends, it was as if she were vaguely irrelevant. Her girlfriends, many of whom, like her, had made it to Oxford by being the most ambitious and clever students at their local comprehensive were in awe of Chris, who was tall and could be very charming when it suited him. Alicia wasn't sure where the liaison was heading, but she had decided it was worth going along for the ride. It was unlike any relationship she'd been in before. For one thing, they really had a conversation about anything, and he always paid the bills. It was as if money was of little importance to Chris, although wealth was obviously what made his family tick. He seldom talked about his parents, and he seemed uninterested in Alicia's. The college fellows held a series of dinners throughout the year to which undergraduates were sometimes invited. Alicia, being a promising student of modern languages, received an invitation to her tutor David Falkin's dinner, to be held a few days after the May ball in the dining hall adjoining his rooms. The rooms on this staircase, in the southwestern corner of the main quad, had a reputation for being haunted, although no supernatural activity had been reported in recent years. The stories amounted to little more than sudden chills and slammed doors. Nothing, perhaps, that could not be experienced from time to time in most Oxford colleges. Chris had also been invited to the dinner. There were 20 of them ranged around the long oak table. Chris was seated at one end, well away from Alicia. At his end of the table, bread rolls were being thrown. David Falkin gazed fondly at the assembled diners, his gold-rimmed spectacles glinting in the candlelight. Chris and friends had started on the wine, in fact, had already demanded refills from the waiting staff. Falkin did not seem inclined to call order or impose any kind of more gentlemanly conduct on his unruly guests. He made a little speech about the Rosetta Stone, and then the rather indifferent food was served. It soon became apparent that Chris was drunk. He had probably been drinking before the dinner. He complained loudly about the soup, then shouted out, "Alicia!" and waved down the table at her. "That's a fine frock you're wearing. I'll have the pleasure of taking it off later." There was a burst of laughter round the table. Alicia, flushed with anger, chewed stoically through the dinner. Chris continued to play up to his equally drunk friends, who had resumed throwing food around. They were all members of a dining club that specialized in trashing restaurants, so she supposed this was normal behavior for them. Alicia had worked as a part-time waitress while still at school, and could not help but feel sorry for the staff, who would have to clean up afterwards. At the end of the dinner, coffee and mince were served. David Falkin made another little speech about how hard work usually pays off, and then everyone was getting up to leave. Chris advanced across the room towards Alicia. She put out her hand and stopped him before he could take her arm. "You're drunk, Chris, and a little bit obnoxious." "Oh, come on, old thing. Cut a chap some slack. You always talk like that when you're drunk." "Like what?" A little crowd of Chris's friends had gathered around them. There were raucous cries of encouragement. "You'd better go back to your rooms and sober up." Chris put on his most persuasive voice. "Won't you come with me?" "No." He let out a bark of laughter, then swept off with his friends. Everyone else in the room was looking at Alicia. She held her head high and strode out. On the staircase, it was incredibly cold. Alicia shivered in her summer dress. David Falkin was following her down. "Here we go," he said. A door slammed somewhere. "The lady is angry." "What lady? Don't you know?" "The ghost is supposed to be a woman of the town wronged by one of the fellows. When she announced that she was expecting his child, the fellow strangled her in these rooms. He got away with it. Every so often she becomes angry and haunts us. Can't blame the poor thing, really." "What a horrible story," said Alicia. "It's more than a story." "Do you believe in the ghost?" "Oh, I think so. Why not? What other explanation is there?" Alicia went to her room, which was in the modern block at the rear of the college. As she undressed, she tried to think rationally about Chris. He had behaved so appallingly at the dinner, and yet no one else seemed to care very much. It was almost as if it was expected of him. She was sure that if she had behaved like that, she would have been asked to leave, or at least not invited again. Chris was hardly a model student, so it seemed odd that he had been invited at all. She supposed it was the honourable thing, rearing its head again. Chris would always be invited. The next morning, Alicia bumped into Chris in the refectory. He was looking decidedly the worse for wear. They sat next to each other, eating their bacon and eggs. From time to time, Chris groaned. "I can't keep apologising," he said. "And I can't keep forgiving you," said Alicia. They looked at each other for a long time. "Listen," said Chris. "The long vac is nearly with us, and I have to go home to help Pa with the estate. We only have a few more days, so let's enjoy them. Let's hire a punt." He hadn't invited her to meet Pa, she noticed. And Chris wasn't even inheriting the estate. His older brother, Henry, was. She sighed. "Okay, a punt it is." He brought a hamper and a bottle of champagne. Chris, it turned out, was very good at steering the punt, and they raced along with the current, overtaking several more mediocrely crewed craft. After a while, they moored on the riverbank, opened the champagne, and demolished the contents of the hamper. Chris pulled her down into the shallow bottom of the boat. A few minutes later, when Alicia struggled up for air, a small woman in an old-fashioned dress seemed to be waving at her from the meadow. Alicia, a little bit tipsy from the champagne, waved back. The woman waved harder and then was gone. "Who are you waving at?" asked Chris, pulling her back down into the punt. The next day, he took her out to lunch at the Taj Mahal on the High. He was on best behaviour, carefully polite with the staff and charming with her. They even talked about possibly going away to Italy in August, although it was all a bit vague. Chris's family had a villa in Tuscany, but it seemed that it was often lent to friends. He would have to find out when it was free. Meeting his family still did not seem to be happening, and Alicia could not bring herself to ask him about it. She would be going home to her mother in Market Harbour. Chris said he might be too busy to visit. After lunch, they ended up back in his rooms. He had been drinking heavily, and Alicia let him sleep it off. Chris's rooms were off the main quad, in the oldest part of the college. He had a sitting room to himself, as well as a comfortable bedroom. Most undergraduates had to share sitting rooms or resided in poky single rooms in the modern block, like Alicia. Chris snored his way through to the evening. Alicia sat in a chair and watched him, carefully, to make sure he didn't choke. The next day was their last together before Alicia went home. Chris had arranged to meet her in the Turf Tavern, which was where they had first met. Alicia had been with a mixed group of freshers, and Chris was at the bar on his own for once, drinking whiskey and sodas. It was Alicia's round, and as she stood next to him trying to remember what everyone wanted to drink, Chris said, "Why don't you ditch your friends and come and have a drink with me?" Alicia's mother drove down to collect her. She was in a hurry to get back as she was going out with a new boyfriend in the evening. Alicia found her bedroom was exactly as it had been when she had left home at the end of the Easter vacation. Her mother seemed pleased to have her back. Alicia messaged some of her old school friends and arranged to meet up one evening in the week. By the end of the next day, she had talked her way into a temporary job waitressing at the restaurant she had worked in when she was at school. She slipped back into her old, comfortable life and sometimes remembered to think about Chris. Tasked with finding savings in the cattle feed budget, Chris found himself thinking about Alicia. She cared for him, even if she was a bit censorious at times. He would like to hang on to her, and he supposed it was about time he knuckled down to some college work. He wanted to come out of it all with a half-decent degree. Back in Oxford, David Falkin was witnessing some strange goings-on. Unlike many fellows, he lived in his rooms and was staying in them during the long vacation. The staircase was glacially cold, and he often heard footsteps running up and down at odd times of the day or night. When he went out to look, there was no one there. Doors constantly slammed. He began to keep a diary so that he had a record of the manifestations. David had been a privy to many supernatural goings-on all over Oxford. It was one of his hobbies to investigate such phenomena, and he had agreed to take these rooms which many other fellows had turned down because of his interest. So far, nothing had manifested itself inside his rooms, and he was grateful for that. Something, though, must have set off all this activity. Chris hadn't heard from Alicia in 2 weeks and was beginning to feel anxious. This was an unusual sensation for him. In the end, he rang her mobile, which she answered, though she sounded somewhat distracted. She explained that she was at work. "I just wanted to hear your voice," said Chris. "Well, now you've heard it. Are we still on for Tuscany? The villa is free for the first 2 weeks of August. I should be able to make it. Will it be just us?" Chris swallowed hard. "I thought so. Is that okay with you?" Alicia laughed. "Chris, you almost sound nervous. Of course it's okay with me. Only my brother Henry might show up at some point. It'll be nice to meet him." Alicia had earned enough money waitressing to pay for her own flight to Florence. Chris hired a car at the airport, and they drove to the villa, which turned out to be palatial, if rather lacking in furnishings. It had a swimming pool and a couple, Signor and Signora Capello, resident in the grounds, who cleaned, gardened, and generally looked after the place. Alicia insisted on having her own bedroom. The villa was not exactly short of them, although as it turned out she spent most nights in Chris's room. It was blisteringly hot, and they did little for the first few days except lounge around the pool, reading. They also took the odd stroll in the grounds, which were extensive and laid mainly to grass. Signor Capello had a sit-on mower which buzzed around most mornings. In the evenings they went to the bar in the village. Alicia had never seen Chris drink so little before. He was on the wagon, he said, although he indulged in the odd glass of red in the bar. On the 5th day, when they were sitting in the shade on the veranda, a Mercedes turned into the drive and parked around the back. "That'll be Henry," said Chris. A taller, better-looking version of Chris walked around the side of the villa. "Hello," he said. "You must be Alicia." Henry walked up to her, bent down, and kissed her on the cheek. "Hi," said Chris. "Are you on your own?" "I am for a few days. Then Charles and the gang are coming over from Florence." "I see you made yourselves at home?" "Naturally," said Chris. "I squared it with Pa before we came." "Did you tell him about Alicia?" asked Henry. There was an uncomfortable silence. Alicia sat forward on the sun lounger. "So I'm your dirty little secret?" she asked Chris archly. "No, it was just easier." "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Henry laughed. "A lover's tiff already. What a great holiday this is going to be." Signor Capello appeared from the side of the villa carrying 3 large leather bags. He took them inside. "Travelling light?" asked Chris. "Capello likes having something to do, unlike some." Chris stretched out on his sun lounger. "We're relaxing. It's nice to be out of the hurly-burly. Why don't you join us?" Henry fetched a sun lounger from beside the pool and placed it next to Alicia's. "I can keep an eye on you two from here." After lunch, Henry disappeared into his bedroom. Chris said, "I haven't told you much about my family, have I?" "Practically nothing. When Pa dies, Henry cops the lot. Piers and I have trust funds, of course, but essentially, that's how it works. Henry has always been the apple of Pa's eye. He's everything you might want in a son and heir. I'm the spear and Piers is the afterthought. Piers is still at Eton. What do you want to do with your life, Chris?" "I don't really have to do anything if I don't want to." "You mean you'll have enough to live on without finding a job?" "Probably. It depends a bit. I might want to work, though." "What would you do?" "I'm not sure. Something in the city." Alicia regarded him thoughtfully. "What does your mother think of all this? She and Pa separated when Piers went to prep school." "Don't you see her?" "From time to time, not very often. She has a new life now." Henry sauntered out in a bright pair of shorts. Chris raised his eyebrows in mock horror. "You'll frighten the natives. Can't see many of those around." Alicia said, "Let's drive out somewhere this evening." "Good idea," said Henry. They dozed the rest of the afternoon away. When the day was beginning to cool, they climbed into the Mercedes and Henry drove them out into the countryside. Chris sat in the front passenger seat, while Alicia lounged in the back. The two men talked quietly, leaving Alicia free to look out of the window at the scenery. Eventually, they stopped in a hillside town and ate at a small restaurant, which specialized in seafood dishes. While they were eating, Alicia was puzzled by the appearance on the other side of the town square of a woman in old-fashioned dress who seemed to be waving at her. When Alicia eventually stood up to approach her, the woman had disappeared. Chris laughed at Alicia when she explained. "Waving at the locals again? You've been drinking too much of the vino." Back at the villa, Signora Capello had turned down the beds, although not the one in Alicia's room. Alicia decided that it was time to exercise some independence and sleep in her own bed. But all that happened was that she and Chris ended up in her room. Alicia got up to use the bathroom during the night and found that the villa had grown very cold. One of the bedroom doors slammed and she remembered David Falkin and his college staircase. Early the next morning, Henry and Chris insisted on playing a game of tennis on the asphalt court below the swimming pool. Feeling somewhat superfluous, Alicia pretended to read her book. The brothers squabbled more or less good-naturedly over the game. Before it became too hot to play, they managed a set, which Chris won 6-4. Henry took them out to lunch at the bar in the village. Chris had started drinking again. Alicia could feel, but not fully understand, the tension between the two brothers. It seemed that Charles and his friends would be arriving in 2 days' time. Chris was annoyed. He thought he had use of the villa for a fortnight. Henry brushed off his concerns. "Nonsense. There's room for all of us. Alicia doesn't mind sharing. Do you, Alicia?" Chris was knocking back the wine at an alarming rate. When they returned to the villa, Chris went to lie down in his room. Alicia sat on the veranda with her book and was soon joined by Henry. He moved a sun lounger over until it was next to hers. Then he lay down and closed his eyes. "Are you a little gold digger, Alicia? Or do you really care about Christopher?" Alicia swallowed her indignation. "Of course I care about him." "Well, if you do, then maybe you could have a go at stopping all this thieving he's indulging in." "How do you know about that?" "We have our spies. It would only take one conviction to mess up any future career he might have. Pa has asked me to have a word." "With me?" "Yes. I know Chris doesn't want you to meet the family, but we do know about you. I'm not sure there is much I can do to stop him. Why don't you have a word with his friends?" "We can't do that." Alicia thought for a moment, then rolled her eyes. "Because they're your pals? I see you're not entirely devoid of brains." Chris appeared later on, after Henry had driven off somewhere. He apologized for drinking too much at lunchtime and promised, without prompting, that he would try to curtail his alcohol consumption for the rest of the holiday. "I've been thinking, why don't we move on to Rome before Charles and co. arrive? We've had a good laze here. Time for some city action. We can rent an apartment on the internet." So they found themselves the next day on the road to Rome. They had booked an expensive apartment. Alicia was becoming accustomed to the casual laying out of large sums of money. The apartment was fabulous, full of paintings and medieval carvings, with 2 tiled bathrooms and an enormous drawing room. It was only a stone's throw away from the Colosseum. On their first evening, they strolled around the streets, hand in hand, stopping to eat at a small, exclusive restaurant. Chris drank bottled water. They spent the next day touring the Roman ruins. Now they were completely on their own. Alicia found she could sometimes forget about Chris's background. They had more things in common than either of them had suspected. An interest in archaeology, for one. Chris spoke Italian reasonably well and took charge of communication with the locals and ordering their meals. Alicia even broached the subject of the thieving and bad behavior without mentioning Henry. Chris had the good grace to look embarrassed and said, "I suppose it's some kind of hangover from school. I could try to rein it in a bit." That night, in the apartment, it grew icily cold. Alicia awoke with a start. She got up carefully so as not to wake Chris. In the drawing room, the moonlight shone through the window and made shadows grow out of the carved wooden angels on the wall. She could feel the pull of the night outside, the still noisy streets, the clubs open till dawn. She went to the window, and the woman in the old-fashioned dress was there, waving at her, beckoning her to come out. Back in the bedroom was Chris, teetotal and shorn of bad behavior, his trust fund safe, and a lucrative career in the offing. And if not Chris, there was Henry. Alicia dressed quickly and went out into the night. Chapter 18. Voluntary Work. The drop-in group met every Wednesday morning at the St. Francis Centre. Sometimes there were activities, painting a picture, or learning something new on the computer. But mostly, it was a social event. Once a month, the group went out on a trip in a minibus. Val, the volunteer group coordinator and driver, was in charge. And there was also a volunteer helper, whose job it was to push Carol's wheelchair. Everyone else was able to walk, after a fashion, though most only with the aid of a stick. For the last few weeks, the volunteer helper had been Bruce, who was taking a year out before going to university. Pushing Carol's wheelchair over rough ground was a difficult business. Bruce was also expected to feed Carol at lunchtimes. At the centre, the meal was cooked by volunteers, but on trips out, the group went to a cafe or a restaurant, often one associated with the attraction they were visiting. Favourite haunts included an ice cream parlour on a dairy farm with pet animals, and the street market of a local town. They tended to visit the same places often, as some attractions were more willing than others to accommodate a largish group of disabled people, many of whom had had strokes and could not communicate well. Bruce, however, had other ideas. One Wednesday, he brought in a brochure from the local scenic railway. "They have a steam train and everything," he enthused, "and they positively encourage disabled passengers. We can definitely take Carol." Carol smiled and nodded her head several times. "See?" said Bruce. "Carol likes the idea." Val sighed. "It is quite expensive, though, and it would be a long day. Perhaps we should put it to a vote." The vote was overwhelmingly in favour of the trip, and so 2 weeks later, Bruce found himself manoeuvring Carol's wheelchair out of the minibus, up a ramp, and into an old-fashioned railway carriage. The huge old engine had arrived at the station billowing smoke and steam, and the male members of the group spent several minutes admiring it. Val had been assured by the railway company that the group could have a carriage to themselves, which was essential, as Carol's wheelchair would partially block the corridor. It took nearly 10 minutes to get everyone on board, and they were only just installed when the whistle blew and the train began to steam slowly out of the station. Val stood up and conducted a head count. "You all need to stay in your seats while the train is in motion," she said. "And we're going to the end of the line. We're not getting off at any of the smaller stations." Les whispered something to Derek, and they both laughed. Val frowned. The train was clattering through the outskirts of the town. Carol's eyes danced with excitement. "You wait until we really get going," Bruce said. She smiled and nodded. "Where are we eating?" asked Derek. "We've organised a real treat," said Val. "We're having a picnic on the train." "Sandwiches, you mean?" said Les. Derek laughed. "It'll be fun," said Val firmly. "Is there a bar?" asked Malcolm. Bruce said, "We'll have a look later, when we stop at a station." "Look," said Val. "We're out in the countryside." They could hear the staccato chuff, chuff, chuff of the engine as the train picked up speed. Outside were rolling fields enclosed by dry stone walls, beside small clumps of woodland. Most of the group were looking out of the windows. There were sheep everywhere. "I bet you can't count them all," said Bruce to Carol. After a few minutes, the train decelerated and shuddered to a halt at a small station. Old carriages and decaying rolling stock littered the sidings along the track. Malcolm, Derek and Les stood up, and Bruce led them along the corridor. Val said, "We'll have a choice of soft drinks served with our lunch." No one else seemed to want to find the bar. In fact, the rest of the group was sitting in silence. Val wondered whether she should initiate some kind of community singing, but just then, the train began to move again, and a tall man in a uniform entered the carriage. "Tickets, please." Val handed over a sheaf of tickets. The man was looking at Carol's chair. "I'm not sure you can keep that there. Where else could it go?" said Val. "You're not putting it in the guard's van." "It might come to that," the man said. Malcolm, Les and Derek returned, carrying plastic pint glasses brimming with beer. Bruce followed behind. The ticket collector said, "I'll go and make inquiries." "You can't move Carol. She's our fairy godmother," Bruce said. Carol rolled her eyes and smiled. The ticket collector, who had not looked at her until now, turned tail and left the carriage. Low cheers broke out. "Carol won, petty officialdom nil," said Bruce. The undulating hills soon gave way to moorland. They were in a mini wilderness, with only purple flowering heather and bracken in view. The engine worked hard as it pulled the carriages up an incline. Les said, "They promised us a carriage to ourselves, and that includes Carol. If they want to move her, we'll ask for our money back." "It may not be as simple as that," said Val. "Why not?" asked Derek, sipping his pint. "If they promised." "Come on, Carol girl," said Malcolm. "Time for some of your magic." Carol closed her eyes. "That's it," said Derek. Carol opened her eyes. "Is it done?" asked Les. Carol nodded. The carriage door slid open, and a trolley full of food was pushed in by a young man in a catering uniform. "Lunch is served," he boomed. The sandwiches and drinks were handed round, and general munching ensued. Bruce fed tiny portions of sandwich to Carol. When they had finished, the young man returned and cleared away the wrappers and bottles. "You see," said Val, "I told you it would be fun." All of a sudden, the engine shuddered and squealed to a stop. Out of the window they could see men in orange day-glow jackets walking along the length of the train. After several minutes, Grace said, "It's broken down. We're stuck in the middle of nowhere." "We could be here all night," said Les, winking at Derek. "Don't be silly," said Val. "If there's really a problem, they can send another engine." The ticket collector entered the carriage. "There's nothing to worry about. We just have to locate the problem and fix it. Then we should be on our way." "They haven't a clue what's wrong," said Malcolm under his breath. Several members of the group were looking downhearted. Derek said, "It's another one for Carol." "You must stop this nonsense," said Val. "It's not helping her. You're giving her ideas." "Rubbish," said Les. "It's only a bit of fun." Carol closed her eyes. Bruce said, "I suppose Carol wouldn't do it if she didn't like it." After a few minutes, the ticket collector put his head around the door. "It's all sorted. We're off again." "There you are," said Malcolm. "She's done it again." 20 minutes later, the train pulled into the station at the end of the line. It was in a small town, in which there were a number of tea rooms catering for passengers and other tourists. The group took some time to disembark, and Bruce calculated that they had less than an hour before they needed to catch the return train. Val, who had carried out some online research, led the party to one of the larger cafes. They found several free tables at the back of the dining area, next to the lavatories, and it took some time before the waitress came over to take their orders for tea and cake, and even longer for the food and drink to arrive. Val had to hurry them along, and once they paid, there were only a few minutes before the train would be leaving the station. Val ran on ahead to try to make sure the train didn't leave without them. Carol's wheelchair clattered over the uneven pavement. Some of the slower walkers were being left behind. "Make the train wait, Carol," said Les. "We don't want to be stuck in this dump." Once again, Carol closed her eyes. When they reached the platform, the train was still there. Bruce asked the guard for the ramp and pushed Carol back up into their carriage. No one seemed to be suggesting that she should move to the guard's van. The rest of the group settled themselves in their seats, and the train began to move. Once more, they were scything through the countryside, and several members of the group settled into sleep. Malcolm and Grace poked their heads out of the high carriage windows, watching the engine disgorge steam and smoke and the pistons drive the wheels. "Watch out for tunnels," said Les. "Yes, please do be careful," said Val, who was feeling rather sleepy herself. Carol was looking out of the window smiling. "Do you like the train?" Bruce asked. Carol nodded fiercely. Derek said, "Do another of your spells." "Go on, Carol, I dare you. Get up and walk away from that bloody chair." He laughed heartily. Carol thought of the nights she had flown out of the window of the care home, the town lights glinting beneath her, the children out on the town in the early hours she had kept an eye on, the families she had woken when a burglary was ensuing. But most of all, she thought of the freedom of the wide sky and the power of her own limbs to dance and swerve through the air. The train halted at a small station, and the ticket collector and one of the maintenance men entered the carriage. The ticket collector was holding a small posy of heather, which he held out to Carol. Bruce took it for her. "We thought you might like to smell the heather. It's only in flower for a few days each year." Carol blinked slowly 3 times. "She says, 'Thank you,'" said Bruce. "We're volunteers too," said the maintenance man. "This whole railway runs on voluntary work. We wanted to thank you for your help." Bruce held the posy up to Carol's nose. "Carol is a remarkable person," he said. Carol closed her eyes and sniffed the sweet heather. "She is also a forgiving one," said the ticket collector. He touched Bruce's hand. "You'll find a way of looking after her." Chapter 19. Waiting. All through August, Abigail looked out for the ship, counting the masts on each vessel and reading their names before they reached the harbour. But as summer faded to autumn, she could no longer face standing for hours each day on the harbour wall with the other women in their shawls and cloaks, their anxious camaraderie draining into one common pot of longing. It was enough that every few days she came to the harbour to wait. The company relied on shipping tea back to England as soon as the leaves had been picked, dried, and rushed from the Chinese hills to Shanghai. In the first tea of the season lay the biggest profit, but the Clipper, challenger of the seas, was several weeks late. The opportunity had passed, and Abigail could not prevent her mind from wandering over the ocean, searching the waves for whatever could have happened to Carsten. They had come to an understanding the previous summer, secretly, as Abigail's father did not approve of Carsten, even though he was a captain, the youngest in the company. Carsten had at first talked of taking her back to Norway and told her stories about growing up there with his friends. Before he left for Shanghai, he promised that he would talk again to her father, although neither of them admitted to the other that they doubted he could change his mind. As the time of the voyage approached, Carsten began to meet her less often on the shore. When he did, his eyes focused far out to sea. At any moment, the missing ship might scythe across the bay and tack into the harbour. In that instant, all the longing, the hoping, the waiting would, she prayed, be over and forgotten. Abigail had written a letter to the company. The reply confirmed that Challenger of the Seas left Shanghai laden with its valuable cargo at the appointed time. There was no news of any shipwreck or other incident that might have befallen her. A woman already stood on the harbour wall. It was Ellen, wife of one of the crew of Challenger of the Seas. She nodded a greeting. "There's a ship," said Ellen. The sun was setting and dusk would soon fall. Abigail scanned the horizon, but could see no sign of a vessel. Ellen said, "I saw it. It was a long way out. I couldn't count the masts." Abigail took Ellen's hand and squeezed it. The tide was in, and the sea beyond the harbour wall eddied and swirled as the currents met. It would be easy to jump in and let the water take her under. Turning away, she forced herself to walk back toward the town, the gulls mocking her with their cries. The inns were spewing customers out onto the pavements. Abigail dodged through the mayhem of the evening and strode on to her parents' house. It was a suburb of the town, a red brick villa, one of several in a quiet street. As she walked up the steps and opened the front door, her mother came out of the parlour. "Where have you been?" "I went for a walk. I lost track of time. Sorry, Mother. It's not good enough. A young woman out on her own. Your father is beside himself. And what will the servants think?" "I'm perfectly all right." Her mother's expression softened. "Won't you tell me what's wrong? Perhaps I can help. There's nothing that can be done." Abigail climbed the stairs to her room. As she undressed, beyond the curtains, the remaining daylight ebbed away. The maid brought up a jug of hot water, and pouring it into the bowl whispered, "Michael saw you at the harbour, miss. Is there any news?" "No, Frida, no news." Her mother and father had yet to find out about her visits to the harbour, even though the servants knew. Abigail suspected that she would be faced with impossible choices when they did come to know about it. Already her mother's friends were matchmaking on her behalf. At 23, she was considered too old to be single. The next day, Abigail went to church with her parents. Sitting on the pew in front of them was David Milton, a clerk from her father's bank. He smiled at her, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw her mother nudge her father. The sermon was tedious. Abigail spent the service silently praying for Carsten and his crew. In the afternoon, Abigail was drawn again to the harbour. The women were already there, shawls folded over their heads. They greeted Abigail. They went back to watching the bay. After a while, a cry went up. "A ship! A ship!" As the specks sailed closer, Abigail could see that it was three-masted, but too bulky for a tea-clipper. The faded paint of its name resolved itself into Mary Ann. The schooner steered into the harbour and moored against the western wall. The crew crawling over the rigging, stowing the sails. Ellen and the other women began softly to keen. Abigail fought hard not to abandon herself to grief. When Abigail returned home, her father was waiting for her. It was obvious from the anger in his face that he knew she had been to the harbour. "Milton saw you with those women. Have you no shame? We are watching for our ship." "Your ship?" Abigail could not find the words. Sailors always have another port, Abigail, she burst out. And what do you know about it? His face drained of colour. Milton was shocked to see you with those fishwives. You sound just like them. I'll never marry Milton. Her father slapped her hard. You will marry him if I say so. Abigail wrenched open the door and ran down the steps. She raced through the town to the harbour wall, where the women still waited. She sank to the ground. They crowded around her, and the older woman, Sheila, stroked her hair. The afternoon still had some warmth in it. The four women sat, so they faced out to the bay. I can remember, said Sheila, when Jem first went to sea. He was on the whaling ships. It was hard, sailing the ship to the hunting grounds and harpooning the great beasts. When he returned, he was weary, and sometimes I persuaded him to spend a day at home, resting. On one of those days, he told me a story. They had sailed out further than usual, up towards Norway, where the minke whales feed and the hunting was good, but they had a cruel captain who made it his business to taunt the crew and put them in more danger than was necessary. One of the whales they harpooned dragged a sailor into the sea, and the captain refused to send out a rescue boat. Instead, he finished the hunt and made a note of the man's death in the ship's log as an accident. Jem was furious, but it seemed that there was nothing he could do. It would be his word against the captain's if he reported the man's behaviour to the company. So Jem and his shipmates fell to talking, and they resolved to get their own back on the captain. Over the next few days on the return journey, one by one they removed items of clothing and personal possessions, his razor, a Vesta case from his cabin, and threw them overboard. The captain was a superstitious man, and he could not believe that his crew would dare to defy him. Jem told the captain that he had seen the ghost of the man who had drowned, and that it had sworn vengeance on the ship. From that day the captain grew haggard and ill, and by the time they got to shore, he had taken to his bed. Jem never sailed under him again. Jem is resourceful and under a good captain. Like your Norwegian boy, trials can be overcome. Ellen wiped her hand across her eyes. Perhaps they are marooned on a lovely island with fruit trees and turtles and plenty of driftwood for a fire. And maybe a passing ship will see their signal and send out a boat to rescue them. Maybe they are already on their way back home. Josie continued, on a full rigger, at full sail. Abigail smiled. Or maybe the company is wrong and they are still in China. The tea is late due to bad weather, and they are waiting at Shanghai for it to arrive. It's the not knowing that is the worst, said Josie, wringing her hands. Abigail rose and walked slowly back through the town. As she let herself into the house, she found her mother sitting on the stairs, her head in her hands. When she saw Abigail, she rushed over and took her in her arms. My poor girl. I'm all right, Mother. Your father has gone out. I don't care about that. Your life can go on. Your young man would want that for you. Abigail broke away and ran up the stairs to her bedroom, tears coursing down her cheeks. The next day she visited a dressmaker in the town and had herself fitted out in a morning gown of black silk. She went again each day to the harbour, and the fishermen, who grew used to her presence on the wall, began to call her the waiting widow. Abigail's parents were beside themselves with worry. David Milton had lost interest in her because of her strange appearance and behaviour. They began to think that she would never find a husband Standing on the harbour wall one day, Abigail realised that she could no longer remember what Carston looked like. Autumn became winter, and one mist-shrouded December morning, just as she arrived wrapped in a black woolen shawl, Challenger of the Seas sailed into the harbour. Abigail, her heart thudding, watched as the sails were stowed and preparations made for the taking off of the tea. The ship looked in good order, the paint fresh and everything in its place. There was no sign of Carston. Abigail didn't know where the other women lived, so she asked one of the fishermen if he would fetch them. His eyes brightened, and he gave her a mock salute as he ran off, happy to be the bearer of good news. "Your ship's come in, miss," he shouted. Carston appeared on deck. Abigail did not know whether to wave or laugh or cry. He didn't seem to notice her. Sheila, Josie, and Ellen arrived together on the quay, almost overcome with joy and excitement. Sheila soon spotted her Jem, who waved at her, and Ellen could see her Frank, and Josie her Will. At last the crew were allowed to disembark, and the three women disappeared with their men. Finally, Carston walked along the harbour wall to where Abigail waited. "You were here." The Norwegian lilt in his voice was stronger than she remembered. "You've grown a beard," she smiled at him. Carston looked back at the ship. "I have to go over some of the paperwork with the company." "What happened to you?" she asked. "What do you mean?" "Why are you so late?" "I don't think we made bad time," he replied sullenly. "The weather was against us." Abigail almost shouted. "You've kept us waiting nearly 5 months. What will the company say about that?" Carston would not meet her eye. He strode off towards the shipping office. Abigail followed him and stood outside. After a while, he came out and asked her to wait for him by the ship inn. It was another hour before he arrived. They sat on the wall outside. Carston, thoughtful and silent. Abigail talked of her battles with her parents and her vigil on the harbour wall. At last, he spoke. "They're taking my command away from me. I'm to work in the head office for a year, in Liverpool." The relief was almost overwhelming. "Did they not accept your explanation?" "What explanation?" "I thought you said the weather. What happened, Carston? Can't you tell me?" He looked out to sea. "Tell me, please." "There are things I have seen, things I have done, that you would never understand." "Why not?" she whispered. "Why not?" He got up and walked away. 2 days later, Carston took the train to Liverpool. Abigail followed him. She rented rooms near the company's head office, and every evening waited for him outside. He was embarrassed to see her there, but they walked together to his digs. Abigail noticed that he took great care not to touch her. "Talk to me, Carston." "There is nothing to say." "Why won't you trust me?" After a few days, Abigail's money ran out. She took the train home and asked her father for more. He had grown used to her vagaries and gave her what she asked for. Putting the banknotes carefully in her reticule, she walked to the shipping office at the harbour and paid for a passage on the fastest clipper to Australia. Chapter 20. War Games. Lucy was an awkward child, unlike Oliver and Sam, who, when it was dry, played outside most of the time. She spent a great deal of the summer holiday visiting the library, reading in her room and researching online. It was difficult to persuade her to go out in the garden, and she refused point blank to play with her younger brothers or any of the girls of her own age who lived nearby. She was the kind of child who asked a lot of questions and didn't always wait for the answers. As the holiday progressed, the weather grew hotter. Lucy spent more and more time in her room, hogging the electric fan, reading about some of the many things that interested her. Thirsty for arcane knowledge, she had borrowed a book about real hauntings from the library, fueling her growing enthusiasm for the supernatural. This had supplanted her fascination with evolution and string theory. "Shouldn't we have a ghost?" Lucy asked her mother. "This is an old house, so surely there should be one." Alison Marchmount sighed. "I've never had the slightest inkling that there is anything spooky here, so there's no need for you to worry." "I'm not worried. I want to see a ghost." "Well, it's not going to happen," said Alison firmly. Unbeknownst to her parents, Lucy began setting her alarm to go off in the middle of the night. She walked quietly into each room with her camera phone. Because the house was old and constructed of many timbers, it contracted as the heat of the day diminished. Lucy recorded the resultant creaks, almost convincing herself that they were the sound of footsteps in the attic. One night, her father caught her wandering about the house and confiscated her alarm clock and phone, putting paid to her nocturnal adventures for a while. Sam and Oliver spent most of the summer in the garden, playing a complicated game called Chase the Soldier. There were many rules which changed often, but the game always involved a great deal of fighting and shooting with gun-shaped sticks. Alison refused to buy them toy guns and grenade-sized pine cones. The shrubbery stood in for the rainforest, while the sandpit was the desert. The boys were not interested in Lucy's latest obsession. When they thought about her at all, they regarded her as a member of an alien species. Now the boys were more independent, and at school, Alison was thinking about finding a part-time job. She had a degree in history, but might as well have left school at 16 for all the use it had been. The problem was Lucy. Jason said Lucy would grow out of it, whatever it was. But Alison was not so sure. She suspected that Lucy had real problems, and going out to work might take her away from her daughter at a difficult age. It was hard to see how she was going to make it work. There was also the small matter of, after 12 years at home, finding someone who might want to employ her. Jason Marchmount usually came home late. He commuted to London, and when there was a flap-on at the bank, there always seemed to be a flap-on at the bank, he came back even later. He had dinner with Alison. The children ate earlier, drank some whiskey, and went to bed. At weekends, the family often went on outings, and if Jason was feeling really brave, he left his mobile phone at home. He called it going solo. This weekend it was Lucy's turn to choose the outing. After some research, she announced that she would like to go to Chiltern Castle, about 25 miles to the west of the town where they lived. Despite its proximity, they had not visited the castle before. On Saturday morning, Alison programmed the postcode into the sat-nav, then turned round to Lucy. "It's not haunted, is it?" Lucy looked sheepish. "Some people say there is a ghost. You can choose whether or not to believe them." "Try me." "Well, there's supposed to be a medieval soldier who runs around the battlements with a sword." "I'd quite like to see a ghost," said Jason. The boys were intrigued. "Are there any soldiers at the castle?" asked Oliver. "Not any more," said Lucy, "but there used to be." "Don't you know anything about castles?" "No," said Sam. "But this outing sounds more interesting than it did 5 minutes ago." Lucy insisted on buying a guidebook, so we can do it properly. There was not much left of the castle, just some of the later ancillary buildings and a section of the keep and perimeter wall. It made up for this lack of superstructure with a plethora of information boards. According to these, and the guidebook. The castle had been blasted to pieces during the Civil War, then robbed of building stone by the villagers. Sam and Oliver ran around what little there was of it, looking for non-existent soldiers. It was all slightly disappointing, and before long, they repaired to the cafe for cakes and cups of tea. "Can we go home now?" asked Sam. "We might as well," said Alison. Lucy sulked in the car. When they got home, she spent most of the rest of the afternoon in her room. Sam and Oliver went out to the garden and worked on their game. It was now called Medieval Soldier. They had looked in the castle guidebook and settled on an illustration which showed an artist's impression of the ghost, a soldier with chainmail, a simple iron helmet, and a long sword. In the game, they were chased by the medieval soldier around the shed, representing the castle, at the bottom of the garden. They wore their Christmas jumpers in lieu of chainmail, although this meant they quickly overheated. Alison could hear the battle cries from the kitchen and was reassured that they had not wandered out into the road. After checking his texts and emails, Jason went to sleep on the sofa. The television was switched on. He found it hard to sleep without the radio or television being left on through the night. Alison put a blanket over him and went to the kitchen to make a chocolate cake. Lucy appeared just as Alison was putting the cake in the oven. Alison offered her the bowl the mixture had been made in, but Lucy shook her head. Such childish things were behind her. "I've been reading about poltergeists," she said. "What exactly have you been reading?" asked Alison, running hot water into the washing up bowl. "Just some stuff," said Lucy, vaguely. "You know that 90% of what you find online about that sort of thing is rubbish." "I think I can tell what's rubbish and what isn't," said Lucy. "This article says that poltergeists are often associated with houses that contain disturbed young girls. Do you think I'm disturbed enough to attract a poltergeist?" "Lucy, you're not disturbed. You're just a little odd sometimes. And anyway, we don't have a poltergeist, which means you can't be disturbed." "So you believe the article too?" "I didn't say that." Out in the garden, the boys had been forced to take off their jumpers and were lying next to the pond, breathing heavily. "Do you think medieval soldiers stop for a lie down?" Oliver laughed. "I doubt it. They'd have lost a battle if they did." "I like medieval soldier better than chase the soldier, don't you?" "Swords are more fun than guns, even if it's harder to kill someone." Oliver swished his stick in the air. "Are you ready to play again?" asked Sam. They stood up and resumed the chase around the shed, running faster and faster until everything blurred around them. Jason woke suddenly. The news was just finishing, which meant that it would soon be time for dinner. He had meant to go out in the garden and weed for an hour or so, but it was too late for that now. A light rain had begun to fall, and the wind was getting up. The rain pattered against the French window. The boys seemed to be still outside, so Jason went to call them in. It was quiet in the garden. There was only the sound of the occasional car on the road. No war whoops or blood-curdling cries. Jason shouted, "It's nearly time for dinner. Come in and wash your hands." There was only silence. "Don't make me come and get you." He searched the shrubbery, then behind the shed. There were 2 discarded jumpers by the pond. He picked them up and folded them over his arm. "Sam, Oliver, I'm not going to play hide and seek. Come out from wherever you are. Mum will have dinner ready any minute." He looked over the hedge and up and down the road. Then he opened up the shed. There were only cobwebs, tins of old paint, a lawnmower, and deck chairs. He searched again through the shrubbery. There was no trace of them. The first waves of panic washed through him. After the police had gone, Alison made Jason and Lucy sit down and eat cold pizza and chocolate cake. None of them were hungry. Jason went out with their neighbors, Bill and Leon, to look for Oliver and Sam. The police sergeant said that the boys were probably hiding somewhere or playing with other children. There would be a house-to-house search of the area. Alison and Lucy stayed at home in case there was any news. According to the sergeant, it was most likely that the boys would come home of their own accord. Alison told Sergeant Clifton that Sam and Oliver had never wandered off before, even though they had briefly run away when the family had been on holiday in Spain. They had come back before anyone missed them, which was shameful enough in itself. Alison felt lightheaded, and her heart fluttered like a bird in a cage. Scenarios of what might be happening to the boys came, unbidden, into her mind. She wished now that she had gone out hunting for them with Jason. It would have been better than staying at home with nothing to do but worry. Lucy was puzzled by the boys running away. They had such a good setup at home, it seemed a daft thing to do. She was not unduly worried because she knew they were resourceful and could look after themselves, even though they were only 9 and 7. Lucy had never run away from home because she couldn't think of anywhere to go, although there had been times when it seemed like a good idea. "Don't worry, Mum. They'll be okay. They'll be hungry now. Oh, where are they, Lucy? I think my heart will break." The time dragged interminably. Then just before midnight, when they were giving up hope of the boys being found quickly, Jason burst in carrying Oliver. "Call an ambulance." Alison dived for the phone. Leon came in with Sam over his shoulder. "They're breathing, but we can't get them to wake up." They laid the boys on the floor, and Leon, who had taken a first aid course at work, put them into the recovery position. Alison fetched a duvet and placed it over them. They felt very cold. "Where did you find them?" asked Alison, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "They were under the shed," replied Jason. "What were they doing there?" "I don't expect we'll find out until they wake up." The ambulance took 3/4 of an hour to reach them, and the boys were still unconscious when it arrived. A paramedic checked them over but couldn't find any head traumas, bruising, or wounds. "It's a mystery," she said. "Leave them where they are and talk to them. Eventually, they'll come round. In the meantime, call your doctor if you have any concerns." Alison asked Lucy to talk to the boys. Although she felt self-conscious at first, she was soon telling them about her researches into ghosts and the supernatural, about Borley Rectory and the Society for Psychical Research, about poltergeists and legends of huge black dogs which roamed the countryside. She stroked their faces, poked them, and called them by their names. There was not a flicker of consciousness from either of them. Alison could stand it no longer. She threw several glasses of ice-cold water over their faces. There was some spluttering, and then they both sat up. Alison burst into tears. "What were you doing under the shed?" Lucy asked. Oliver rubbed his eyes. "It's not a shed, it's a castle. We were hiding from the soldier. They were playing one of their games," said Lucy. "Which game?" Jason asked. "It's a new one," said Sam. "But we didn't think it would be so real." Oliver sobbed. "We had to hide under the shed. He was coming at us with his sword." "The children in this house have far too much imagination," grumbled Jason, looking at Alison. "I don't know why you're looking at me," she said. After she had made the boys warm, milky drinks and sandwiches, Alison put them to bed. Lucy went back up to her room and researched medieval soldiers until Jason came in and told her to go to sleep. In the morning, the boys were still groggy. Alison made them sit on the sofa with a duvet over them and brought them their breakfast on trays. Lucy sat in her father's armchair. Jason had gone to thank Leon and Bill for helping with the search. "How come you got to see the ghost?" she asked. "We didn't," said Sam. "The soldier was real. His sword was sharp. We watched him hack through the shrubbery," said Oliver. "How could he have been a real person? Unless someone dressed up as a medieval soldier and chased you round the shed." "I don't know," said Oliver miserably. "All I know is that he seemed real. First we were on our own, and then he was there. Mum says there are no such things as ghosts, but there's been a lot of research, and I believe in them. He must have been the ghost from the castle." "I suppose it would be quite cool to have seen one," said Sam uncertainly. "No one will believe us," said Oliver. "We don't have to tell anyone," said Lucy. Lucy woke in the middle of the night and got out of bed. Because it had been such a humid day, the house creaked even more than usual. She crept into each room, hopeful that there would be something to see. The streetlight outside bathed the interior in an orange glow. She looked out of the French windows at the garden, willing the soldier to appear. But there was nothing there except the shrubs, swaying in the breeze. Pulling the blanket over her, she lay down on the sofa, intending to wait out the night. But after only a few minutes, she fell asleep. Jason found Lucy on the sofa the next morning when he got up for work. "You'd better go back to bed before your mother catches you." After her nocturnal wanderings, Lucy felt tired, and instead of reading in her room, she spent the morning hanging around her mother. "Do you believe in heaven, Mum?" "I think I do, but I don't know where ghosts fit in. Perhaps they're in purgatory, or somewhere else in between." "Do animals go to heaven?" "I think they do." "Is it only intelligent people who believe in ghosts? Lots of famous Victorians did. It means I must be intelligent, don't you think?" Alison, who was stripping the beds, found it hard to be patient with Lucy. As well as doing the housework, she was trying to keep an eye on Sam and Oliver, who were in the living room playing a car racing game. They were not allowed in the garden. Boredom forced Lucy outside. She fetched the torch from the kitchen and shone it under the shed. There was nothing to see except some anemic weeds and an old tennis ball. The shrubbery had indeed been hacked about, but it could have been done by the boys with their sticks. It seemed wrong that Oliver and Sam had conjured up a ghost when she was the one with the real interest in the supernatural. When she grew up, she decided she would become a famous ghost hunter and prove to the world that ghosts really existed. Lucy went back inside and up to her room. Oliver and Sam were tiring of their car racing game. The sun was shining, and it seemed wrong that they were indoors. It was a waste of a nice day. From the French windows they could see the shrubbery, and beyond it, the shed. Memories of the scary parts of their adventure were fading fast. "Do you think Mum would mind if we went out for a minute? She's upstairs with Lucy, so she won't know." Sam slid open the French window. Birdsong flooded the room. "We could play Chase the Soldier." "Let's not go near the shed, though." "Okay, we'll have to be quiet." The boys raced out into the sunshine. Alison persuaded Lucy to help her put clean sheets on the bed. It was rare for Lucy to assist with anything. They carried the dirty bedding down to the utility room and stuffed some of it into the washing machine. Alison made a cup of tea and drank it at the kitchen table. "Don't you think there should be more government research into the supernatural? Maybe there already is, and they keep it secret. I'd like to work in that department. I wonder what qualifications I'd need." "I thought you wanted to be a scientist." "If I could scientifically prove ghosts exist, then there would be no doubt about it." When Alison went to check on the boys, she was horrified to find the French window open and the room empty. She felt sick as she ran out into the garden. "Sam! Oliver!" Lucy helped her search the shed and the shrubbery, but there was no sign of them. "Not again," wailed Alison. When she had finished ringing round the neighbours, she phoned Jason at work. "I'll come home as soon as I can," he said. "Where have the little blighters got to now?" "You'd better phone the police." Sergeant Clifton seemed more suspicious this time and asked if everything was all right at home. Alison said, "Of course things aren't right. Our sons keep disappearing." Lucy felt it was time for an explanation. "They're probably with the ghost of the medieval soldier. He seems to have followed us home from Chiltern Castle, and he's been chasing the boys. I don't think he's particularly friendly, so there's good reason to be worried about them." There was a short silence. Then Alison said, "You'll have to excuse my daughter. The boys have been playing war games in the garden, that's all." The sergeant was writing in his notebook. He glanced up at Lucy. "If you have anything more to tell me, you'd better come out with it now. They might be at the castle," she said. The sergeant gave her a hard stare. The house-to-house search threw up no trace of the boys. Alison phoned all the local hospitals and anyone else she could think of. In the end, as a last resort, Sergeant Clifton drove out to Chiltern Castle in the patrol car. He decided that Lucy knew more about the disappearance than she was admitting. It wasn't long before he found the boys inside the keep, curled up together like sleeping puppies. He had to shake them hard to wake them. Neither of the boys appeared to have any idea where they were or how they had got there. "The medieval soldier was in the shrubbery," said Oliver. "He was very angry," said Sam. "He tripped Oliver up and pinned him to the ground. I hit him on his helmet with a stone, but it didn't stop him. He spun round and pushed me over. Then you were shaking us awake." The sergeant helped the boys into the back of his patrol car and drove them home. Alison, although relieved, was also furious. "I've told you never to accept lifts from strangers. How could you be so stupid?" "But Mummy," sobbed Sam. "We didn't." Sergeant Clifton explained. "They say they can't remember anything." He stared at Lucy. "We'll be looking into how they got to the castle." Lucy frowned. "I told you it was the soldier. They were his prisoners, and he took them back to his base." When Jason got home, he sent Lucy to her room and gave the boys a good talking to. "We'll have to have an exorcism," said Lucy on her way out, "or some kind of ceremony. It's the only way to get rid of him. I wish I could see him before he goes, though. He seems to be very angry about something. Maybe I could talk him round." Alison and Jason held crisis talks in the kitchen. They couldn't shut the boys indoors forever, and were equally worried about Lucy, who seemed to be disappearing into a haze of irrational beliefs. "Maybe we should go on holiday," said Alison suddenly. "It would certainly take us away from the problem," mused Jason. "I'm sure I could talk my way into a few days' leave." They hired a holiday cottage near Weymouth from a friend, and within a few days were on their way down to Dorset in the car. Lucy was sulking. She wanted to stay at home. Jason had forbidden her to bring her computer and was himself going solo, having left his mobile phone in his desk drawer. The boys had their faces glued to the window. The good weather continued and holiday traffic clogged the roads. The cottage was smaller than it looked online, but it had a big garden and a living room which accommodated them all. Alison rustled up some food and opened a bottle of wine. After dinner, Lucy took a book up to her new bedroom, which was bigger than her room at home. Oliver and Sam had bunk beds in a bedroom at the other end of the landing. Alison was aghast that there was only one bathroom for the whole family. Alison put the boys to bed and joined Jason in another glass of wine. Although it was still the height of summer, the little cottage with its thick walls felt damp and chilly. Jason lit the fire and put on some coal from the scuttle. Soon, the flames licked up the chimney and the room began to feel more comfortable. For the first time in days, they felt they could relax. "We'll let Lucy read for a bit longer," said Jason. "You mustn't spoil her," said Alison. Jason stretched out his legs. This is the life. No phones, no computers. It could be 30 years ago. "No shop, no buses, and no pub," said Alison. "This village is definitely 21st century. Let's go out somewhere tomorrow. Just get in the car and drive. It'd be like the old days before the children came along." Alison smiled. "Okay, we'll do it." It was drizzling in the morning. Jason found some board games in a cupboard, and they spent several hours playing Scrabble and drafts. Lucy soon found joining in tiresome and fetched her book from the bedroom. She had brought a pile of books from the library. This one was about extrasensory perception and remote viewing. After lunch, the rain stopped and the sun came out. Lucy would far rather have spent the afternoon in the cottage reading, but Jason and Alison would not leave her on her own. So she had to get in the back of the car with the boys for what her parents described as a jaunt. Jason backed out of the drive and headed north. "Come on, Lucy," said Jason. "Live dangerously. You need to get out of the house once in a while and engage with the real world." "I don't see why," said Lucy. "I was having an adventure of the mind." Oliver and Sam were fighting over a bottle of water. They stopped at a supermarket on the outskirts of Dorchester, where Alison stopped while the others waited in the car. The boys argued about football teams. Lucy stared out of the window at the people unloading their shopping from trolleys. "This isn't much of a jaunt," she said. "Give it time," said Jason. They continued on until they reached Sherborne, where they stopped for a cup of coffee. Bored and fractious, the boys behaved badly in the cafe, talking at the top of their voices and swinging on the chairs. Jason and Alison were at a loss to know what to do with them. "I know," said Lucy. "Let's go to Maiden Castle." Alison looked at her in horror. "It's not that kind of castle. It's a prehistoric hill fort near Dorchester. The boys could run around there. It's massive." For want of any better ideas, Jason and Alison agreed and they drove south again. It was quite a walk from the car park to the hill fort's elaborate Iron Age entrance, a complicated arrangement of curvilinear banks and ditches, which had been constructed to protect the fort from tribal enemies and the incursions of the Romans. There were even false entrances, and more than once the Marchmounts became lost in the prehistoric maze. The sun beat down and Alison began to feel sick and disoriented. The children were strangely quiet, and even Jason had stopped chivying them along. At last they found their way into the interior of the fort. To their surprise, it was crowded with people. A battle reenactment event seemed to be in progress, even though they could see a few other tourists around. 2 armies were ranged on either side of the grassy interior of the fort, and camps had been set up with tents, cooking fires, and camp followers. The smell of wood smoke permeated the air. Most of the participants were dressed as soldiers, with replica swords and shields. They seemed to be lined up, waiting for battle to commence. "Soldiers," said Oliver, his eyes wide. "Hundreds of them." Alison felt queasy. "I'm not sure we should stay." Jason took out his camera. "I need a picture of this." As the camera clicked, there was a loud cry. One of the soldiers peeled off and ran towards them. He was holding a long sword. Oliver and Sam yelled in fright as the soldier drew closer. Alison and Jason froze. The sword glinted in the sun as the soldier shifted its weight in his hands and renewed his charge at the boys. He was only a few meters away when Lucy stepped in front of her brothers. A look of horror came over the soldier's face, but he could not stop in time As the sword sliced into Lucy, he fell to his knees. Lucy lay on the ground, blood gushing from the wound in her side. The soldier groaned and picked her up, cradling her in his arms. Sam was sure he saw Lucy smile, or maybe it was a grimace of pain. Later, Alison and Jason attempted to explain to a dubious police officer how, 1 minute, the soldier and Lucy were locked in a bloody embrace. The next, they had disappeared into thin air. Chapter 21. View from a Window. My friends raved about the view from my study. Tristram said, "How lucky you are. I could look at it forever." He often returned to the window to watch the changes that marked the progress of each day, the gradual greening of the grass, light moving over the fields, a larger flock of crows. Amanda said, "He has fallen in love. I can't compete with the beauty of it." She laughed, but I could see that she felt excluded. For although she admired the view, she did not share Tristram's wild enthusiasm. Amanda and Tristram have gone back to London, and I am working hard to make up for the days I spent driving them around. We went to the loch, the town, and the distillery. The rest of the time they were happy to sit in the back of the car and absorb the scenery. They came to offer moral support, but their stay soon turned into a holiday. As they boarded the train to go home, Amanda embraced me and said they'd had a lovely time. "And look after yourself," she added, almost as an afterthought. I am working in my study and steel myself to look at the view, the mountain, the burn and the unfolding fronds of bracken. It's like my own face, solemn and familiar, the green clothing the rock like flesh over bone. I have lived here for 8 years and thought I would never tire of it, but life moves on and love is spoilt when you least expect it. Tristram said he could look at the view forever, but if a genie granted his wish, he'd never be able to leave the study. He'd be trapped in there forever, his nose pressed to the glass. Some days, I try to feel about the view the way I used to, but I can't conjure up the old emotions. It's been raining for what seems like weeks. The last fine days were in April. This morning there is an easterly wind which belies the time of year. The burn rages down the mountainside and tumbles into the swollen river. Everything is wet. I have already given up on the garden. The slugs in any case have destroyed the seedlings I planted in the spring. It's a mass of damp perennials, shaggy grass and weeds, and will probably stay that way until the house is sold. I'm waiting for a script for a radio play. My editor has been very kind, but I know he fears it will not be finished in time. It's about a homeless girl and her progress through the city. The girl suffers many tribulations, but it ends happily. It's very worthy. But that's what my editor wants. I have learned to be an honest critic of my work and to stick to the brief. Wordsworth believed this kind of view could heal all ills, but alas, I cannot feel its beauty anymore. I went to the doctor who prescribed antidepressants, but after a few weeks I threw them away. The pills dulled my senses and I couldn't write. I would prefer to feel pain than nothing at all. It's tearing me in two, to love and hate at the same time. I long for Alec, and I wish never to see him again. But if that wish is granted, I will drown in sorrow. It has stopped raining, and the crows are swooping over the lower ground. On the slopes of the mountain, highland cattle graze. I should go out for a walk, but tell myself that I must first finish the play. There was only one more scene to write. The crows have flown away and the cattle lie down in the bracken. Dark clouds roll overhead, ballooning into the sky. A fork of lightning flashes onto the mountain and thunder rumbles round the glen. I watch as the storm reaches its climax. The lightning flickers like a faulty bulb. Thunder crashes overhead. It's finished as quickly as it began. The tall clouds sail on to the west. Through the gloom, a ray of sunlight struggles through, illuminating the grassy slopes of the hills. I remove the mawkishness that has wormed its way into the end of the play. The script is as good as finished, but I read through it several times. There is clumsy dialogue to correct. My editor is keen on social realism, likes everything to be short and pithy. I know I have written something mediocre, but I've given him what he wants. I email the play to him. He'll be relieved to receive it. He sends an email back. Well done. I'll read it tomorrow. I tidy the study. The weather changes. Low cloud blankets the hills, and it is raining. I tell myself it's too late for a walk, but really, I can't summon up the energy. Later, I might use the exercise bike, which Alec bought and sat on every day, pedaling relentlessly until he was out of breath and sweating. I thought at the time it was vanity, that he was intent on recapturing his lost youth. But now, I think he was chastising himself for a reason I did not then understand. I have not visited since they took him away. Despite what everyone thinks, I did not suspect his secret. He covered his tracks well, though, as it turned out, not well enough. It is fortunate that I have fallen out of love with the view because I can no longer afford to live in the house. Tristram and Amanda liked it very much. I didn't realize you had so many rooms, Amanda said. In London, all we can afford is a tiny flat. Look at you. You have your own study and 2 spare bedrooms. I didn't tell them that I'm selling up and moving to England. The rain has lessened to a light drizzle, and the crows have returned. Clouds lower over the mountain and hills, and the cattle still lie in the bracken. It'll stay light until late in the evening, so I have no excuse for not going outside, but I can't face it. Today is the first day of the trial. Sometimes I think he must be innocent, that it's all a mistake, even though the police inspector, sick with disgust, showed me some of the photographs, unbelieving of my protestations of ignorance. Once sacred, the view is now profane. It's good only for gracing the lid of a biscuit tin. The cattle have roused themselves and grazed the lower slopes. Some of the bracken has fully unfurled, and a lone oyster catcher on taut red legs feeds by the burn. When there were 2 of us, the isolation did not concern me. Now I worry about all the things that could go wrong. My nearest neighbour lives nearly 3 miles away, and I have not seen her for weeks. The estate agent says that eventually someone will love the view, and everything will fall into place. Soon I will have to look for somewhere else to live, near Tristram and Amanda perhaps, who have stuck by me while most of our friends have fallen away. Tristram said, "If there's anything we can do for you, you only have to ask." And I think he meant it when he said it. Amanda smiled a brittle smile and nodded her agreement. Alec's solicitor asked me to appear as a defense witness. When I refused, Alec smashed up his cell. He has sent letters I have not opened. I'm too afraid that he will weaken my resolve. After all, he was a professional writer, and a better one than me. I notice a car on the road, a smart 4x4, too clean to be local. It drives up to the house and a tall man gets out. He's carrying a camera. He walks round the house and I hear him knock on the back door. He waits for a moment. Then the gravel crunches under his feet as he returns to the front. I watch him from the office window carefully so he can't see me. He knocks, then raises his camera and takes some photos of the house. Then he turns and captures the view. Before I know what I'm doing, I'm banging my fist on the window. He looks up and I move back before he can take my photo. He knocks on the door again, then looks at his watch. He gets in the car, turns it round, and drives away. I'm shaking. I've been foolish, thinking the journalist would not bother to come this far north. A light rain is falling. Swallows dive through the shower, catching the late afternoon midges. The grass bows down with the weight of the rainwater, brushing the sodden, mossy ground. I open another file and work on the second draft of my novel. At first, I can't concentrate, but gradually my hand stops shaking and the words take over, so that I don't hear the second car until it drives onto the gravel. A different man knocks on the front door. After a few minutes, he walks around to the back of the house, and I hear him rooting through the dustbins. It has stopped raining and the clouds lift from the mountain. It looms once more over the gentler hills. Through my closed window I can hear a blackbird singing and the roar of the burn. The sky is mostly grey, but there are small patches of blue. The man returns to his car with a carrier bag. What has he found that will be useful to him? Microwave meal trays? Receipts from the shop? Something more incriminating. He puts the bag in the boot and drives away. The clouds are breaking up, and the blackbird still chirps its cheerful song. There is a small movement in the bracken, and I catch a glimpse of a deer, a hind, grazing with her fawn. Just as quickly, she disappears. My novel eludes me, so I start work on an article I'm writing for a journal. After a few minutes, the phone rings. It's Amanda. "Are you all right?" she asks. I tell her about the reporters. They're ghouls. Anytime you want to come and stay with us, you're more than welcome. We haven't a spare room, but you can sleep on the sofa. Thank you, Amanda, but I'd prefer to stay here. Don't watch the television or listen to the radio. Be nice to yourself. Open a bottle of wine. Light some candles. We'll be thinking of you. By the way, Tristan says, "How's the view?" It's very much the same as when you were here. He says it changed every time he looked at it. That was part of the attraction. I've been working today. I've not had time to look out of the window. Amanda rings off. There are still 3 hours of daylight left. A buzzard wheels over the mountain, then soars off to the south. The sky is blue and sunlight slants over the hills. Tristram would be enchanted, deep in his fairy tale of happiness, lost in the mindful moment of his love. But despite the view, time will not loosen its grip on me, for I am haunted by the past. And who knows what horrors the future may bring. Chapter 22. Jetsam. I'm not unique. There are hundreds like me, and others who lost limbs or were killed outright. No matter how alert you were, it could happen at any time. Suicide bombers and improvised explosive devices were almost as common as the flies that continually plagued us. After a while, I couldn't relax. I was permanently wired. I'd been shot at by too many insurgents, and shot a few myself. The army offered me counseling, but I didn't take them up on it. I couldn't see how talking to some psychologist would help. I thought I'd snap out of it, eventually. I joined the army because I thought it would make a difference. Queen and country seemed as good a cause as any. I was sent out to Helmand province in 2008 to join the NATO forces. We were supposed to be training the locals, but soon we were patrolling the area around Camp Bastion, looking out for Taliban gunmen. I enjoyed it at first, and the villagers seemed glad we were there. But as I've said, it began to freak me out. I was there too long. In 2013, I was medically discharged. I went back to Oxford and held down a job for a while as a security guard. But I wasn't sleeping at night, and I dozed off on duty one too many times. After that, I was on benefits. I was chucked out of my digs for smoking and ended up in the hostel. Alcohol helped with the flashbacks and anxiety, and at first I did my drinking alone. Then, one evening, I stumbled across some like-minded individuals, and we met up in back streets or alleys to drink ourselves into a better place. I liked it best when we went to the canal bridge and got pissed under the stars. If it was dry, we lay on the ground in the darkness, hoping to see a meteorite shower. Occasionally, a student pedalled along the towpath, accelerating through us as we jeered. There was no harm in it. I was the only ex-serviceman of the group. The others were a mixed bunch with problems that had brought them to hostels or homelessness. They say everyone is one bad decision away from the streets. Dave had been chucked out by his missus. Cal was a dyed-in-the-wool alkie, and Rob stopped taking his medication. The real alkies were sometimes up for a fight, but mostly they were good blokes, down on their luck, like me. The hostel is a bit of a dive, but I am fortunate enough to have my own room. I'm seeing the shrink now, and I'm applying for jobs. Life is better than it was, but I still can't get the thing I'm going to tell you about out of my head. I haven't talked to anyone about it, not even my shrink. It started off normally enough. Dave met me outside the Radcliffe Infirmary, as usual, and we walked along Walton Street to bargain booze. Once we'd bought the tins, we went down Walton Lane to a yard opposite some garages where we often met the gang. There was no one else there. And Dave said, all the more for us. We drank 3 cans of lager each. It didn't touch the sides. Dave started complaining about his ex-wife and, after another can, began to sing. Made up stuff. He had quite a good voice, but I was worried the local residents would complain. I just managed to shut him up when Cal and Rob arrived. They had brought some more lagers and proceeded to drink them. The others were pretty legless and talking nonsense to each other when a tall man with grey hair walked into the yard. I recognised the military bearing and was expecting a bollocking for the noise. Instead, he singled me out. Would you and one of your friends like to earn some cash? I have a little job I need doing by discreet individuals who don't ask questions. How much? I asked. A couple of $100, he said. Maybe more later. What do you want us to do? Wait until you're sober, then go and see someone. Knock on their door and frighten them a bit. No rough stuff, mind. Just threats. Do you think you could manage that? Yes, I said, almost adding sir. I was used to following orders, and I couldn't afford to turn down that sort of money. 100 up front. He extracted a wallet from his inside jacket pocket and took out 2 50s and a piece of paper with an address on it. I gave one of the 50s to Dave. Cal and Rob had wandered off. Where can we find you for the rest of the payment? I asked. I live in a house on Walton Street behind this garage. He pointed to one of the better maintained garages on the lane. Number 17. Should we use your name when we're doing the threatening? You won't need to. They'll know who sent you. He turned round and was gone. I looked at Dave, who was just sober enough to have understood the conversation. Are you up for it, Dave? For a couple of £100, I'm up for anything. The next afternoon, Dave met me at the hostel, and we walked to Summertown. It was a clear grey day, and there was a biting wind. I put my hands in my jacket pockets. Dave said, You do the talking, I'll stand around looking tough. That wasn't difficult. Dave was a very large man with staring eyes and a prematurely lined face from living most of the last few years outdoors. As we walked into the road, I felt nervous, and the flashbacks began. There was one particular incident when children were used as a human shield by a sniper. We had to take out the gunman without injuring the children. A child was hit in the arm. There was blood everywhere, and we could hear the screams. I never found out what happened to her. We stopped outside a large terraced townhouse with a freshly painted front door and window frames. Whoever lived there was not short of a bob or two. I opened the gate, and we walked up the path. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. We waited for a minute, and then I knocked again. The door was opened by a middle-aged woman in a tight-fitting woolen dress. Dave and I looked at each other. Was this really the person we were expected to threaten? I made myself think of the money. Dave put his foot in the door and stared at her. "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" she asked. "We've been sent by a mutual friend. He's pretty annoyed with you. We're the advance party. There'll be more coming to see you later, and they won't be as friendly as us." She laughed. "Okay, I can guess who you're from. How much has he paid you?" "All you need to know is that he has a lot of bad things lined up for you if you don't start behaving." "Tell you what," she said. "How about I give you £50 to ask him to leave me alone? If he doesn't, I'll make life even more difficult for him. Trust me, I can do it." Dave and I looked at each other again. "Okay," said Dave, taking his foot out of the door. She turned and walked down the hall and disappeared into a room at the end. She returned with 5 tenors, handed them over, and closed the door. As I shut the gate, Dave said, "This is a bit weird, but at least we're making a few quid out of it." We walked back to Walton Street and rang the bell at number 17. The tall gent opened the door and ushered us in. "How did it go?" "We did as you asked," I said. "She says, leave her alone or she'll make things even worse for you." The man laughed hollowly. "You must have got through to her then." He handed over £150. "I may have another job for you. Come round in a few days' time." That night, Dave and I took Cal and Rob to the Jericho Tavern, and we got drunk in comfort. The landlord threw us out before closing time because Dave started singing. On Friday, Dave and I went to 17 Walton Street. The tall gent showed us into his study. There were books everywhere, piled up on the floor and on shelves. "She's a witch," he said. "I wouldn't go that far," said Dave. "No, I mean she's really a witch, casting spells and the like. She's put a curse on me, and everything I do is going wrong." "She doesn't look like a witch," said Dave, "and she lives in a nice house. She makes quite a lot of money in her line of work." I was dumbfounded. "You think that putting the frighteners on her will help?" He ran his hand through his hair. "I don't know. I'm at my wit's end. If I don't stop her soon, I'll be bankrupt. A business rival paid her to hex me." "You don't really believe in all that rubbish, do you? I served in many different countries, and you know as well as I do that strange things happen. I can think of no other explanation. Have you tried paying her to stop?" "Yes, but she won't budge. It seems there is some kind of honour amongst witches. So I have another job for you. I want you to go round there, but this time it's a charm offensive. You're a good-looking chap. See if you can flatter her into lifting the curse. Do whatever you have to." "How much?" £400, but this time it'll be just you." Dave began to argue, but the gent held his ground. It was to be just me, and I should go round there as soon as possible. The next afternoon, I knocked at her door, and she again took some time to answer. When she finally emerged, she was out of breath and looked annoyed, as if she was in the middle of something. "You again? I told you before." "I haven't come to threaten you. Won't you let me in?" "I am house-trained." I smiled, my best smile. She sighed and opened the door wide. The room she showed me into was comfortable and elegant, free of magical paraphernalia. She even offered me a cup of coffee. While she was out of the room making it, I did a quick recce. There were some books on the paranormal in the bookcase, but nothing about magical witches. She returned with the coffee. "So you think you can charm me?" She laughed, handed over the mug. "It's not like that," I said lamely. "I'm interested in what you do for a living. I hoped you would explain it to me." "I'm Sandy," she said. "Who are you?" "Mike," I replied. "I was in the army." I don't know why I said that. She looked at me for a long time. Poor thing. she said. "I suspect I couldn't help you much, but I could try." "That's very nice of you, but I'm really here about—" "I don't know his name. He's known as the Colonel. I imagine he paid you to come here. Well, like you, if someone pays me, I feel honor bound to carry out the job. He's lost practically everything. Can't you stop it now? I know you won't credit this, but the spell is doubly effective because he believes in it absolutely. I'm begging you, Sandy. He seems like a good bloke, and it's a crying shame that things are going wrong for him. Can't you think again?" Sandy gave me another long look, then beckoned me to follow her out into the hall. The room she led me into had the full works. A pentagram on the floor, candles everywhere, wall paintings of entangled forms. I should have been ready for it, but it was still a bit of a shock. She leaned over and took hold of my hand. "Don't worry about it too much, Mike. These are just the trappings my clients expect to see. The real work is done elsewhere." "What do you mean?" "I can't really explain." I thought for a moment. "Look, you said you might not be able to help me, but would you try? Alcohol doesn't work anymore. If you won't help the Colonel, then perhaps you could help me? You'll understand that I have to charge. How much is he paying you?" £400. "That will do." I didn't really believe in the mumbo-jumbo, but it was worth a try. Nothing else seemed to work. Sandy sat me down on a chair, asked me to close my eyes, and ordered me not to open them whatever happened. Then her hands were everywhere, stroking and pulling at my clothes in some kind of massage. Her hands were very strong, almost masculine, and once or twice it felt as if someone else was there with her. I kept my eyes firmly closed and tried to keep the anxiety at bay. She began chanting in a high, loud voice. It made no sense to me, but I felt a slight stirring in the air. I wondered if she was dancing. Then the massage began again. This time it was more personal, and I have to say that I couldn't help but like it. When it was over, she asked me to open my eyes. She was slightly out of breath, and her eyes glittered. "There you are," she said. "I can't promise it'll be effective, but at least we've tried. As for the Colonel, there's nothing I can do about him. It's too late. I promise to drop off the £400 in the next few days." As I walked back to Walton Street, I wondered what I would say to the Colonel. In the event, I didn't have to say anything. He saw the look on my face when he opened the door. He reached into his jacket and handed over the £400. "Thanks," I said. "Sorry I couldn't help." I went back to the hostel and read for the rest of the day. Over the next few days I did a lot of walking, out onto Port Meadow and along the canal into the countryside. After a while, I noticed that I was having fewer flashbacks. Some of the anxiety had lifted. For the first time in a long while, I didn't feel like drinking. A week or so later, I walked over to Summertown. Sandy looked smart in a skirt and twin set. She showed me into the elegant living room and asked me to sit down in one of the armchairs. I held out the money. She took it. "Thank you, Mike. And how are you?" "I'm having one of my better days." "Good, that's good. You really shouldn't drink." "I'm trying." "The child is fine," she said. "What do you mean?" "The child in Hellman you shot. She's fine." "How do you know about that?" I stammered. "She's back at school and there's no major damage." At the time I thought Sandy must have looked it up on the internet, but now I'm not so sure. I found nothing about it there myself. She leaned over and stroked my knee. Immediately, all the sensations of the week before returned. "You've had a difficult time. Perhaps things will get better from now on." Afterwards, I went back to the Colonel and asked if he would employ me as a handyman. "Alas, no," he said. "One soldier to another, I'm really down on my uppers. Otherwise, I'd be happy to. You'll find a job soon enough." I told him he didn't know what he was talking about. He was taken aback, not used to being shouted at by an ex-private. You still have this house, while I have nothing. So much for serving my country. Who gives a stuff about me now? After all, I couldn't hack it out there. I went back to see Sandy every few days. I paid her when I could. Gradually, I began to feel better and stopped drinking. It meant that I couldn't see Dave and Cal and Rob, and for a while that was a problem. Then I began to go to the library. It's warm and dry, and if I read or use a computer, none of the librarians bother me. There are a few fellow travelers there, and I soon made some friends. I registered at the medical center and asked the doctor if I could get some help. He found me the psychiatrist, who's a good listener. It kind of works. The pills have kicked in too. I don't know what to think about the witchcraft, or whether it's just attention from a woman that's making me feel better. She's very good at her job. And who is exploiting who? I've tried not to have feelings for her, but that's impossible. She has to put up with quite a lot of stick from her neighbors who don't like her profession, and I've been able to help with that, providing a bit of protection. I suppose if I think of her as the village wise woman, like some I saw in Afghanistan, then it makes more sense. I have an interview for a security job in Cowley, near the old car factory. If I get it, I'll be able to pay Sandy the money I owe her. She says the spells are working, and I can see her for as long as I need to. Chapter 23. Messages. The message is handwritten on a scrap of paper, stuffed in an envelope. It reads, "Are you blind to the truth?" I study the shaky capitals, attempting to winkle out some clue about the sender. Then I stow it in the filing drawer with the others. The messages are delivered when I'm out. They lie on the doormat, waiting for me in their cheap manila envelopes, the flap tucked in rather than stuck down. I have come to expect them once a week or so, and if a week is missed out, I feel strangely bereft. They are not obscene or threatening, only puzzling and odd. The writer is going to some trouble. I almost admire his persistence. I find myself wondering if it isn't a case of mistaken identity. For one thing, my name is not written on the envelopes. Perhaps he's putting them through the wrong letterbox. Previous messages have included, "You know what you must do. You cannot run away. And give me a sign that you have understood." The most likely explanation is that I have a stalker. One who takes care not to reveal himself. All I know is that he can spell and that his hand shakes when he writes. Although the messages are obscure, they are an attempt to mold my behavior. I'm not doing whatever it is he wants me to. What would I have to do to make him stop? I close the curtains and lie on my sofa. Am I the only one to whom he is sending messages? It's a subtle form of intimidation and efficient. They are troublingly enigmatic. Perhaps there are other recipients who, like me, are wondering what can be done. Many people would say that I should talk to someone, a trusted colleague or friend. It might be unkind, though, to place the burden on another's shoulders. In any case, they would only tell me to go to the police, who would point out the lack of identifying evidence and send me on my way. Like most men, I have not led an entirely blameless life. There have been certain incidents, some murky encounters. That was in the past. Many of the people involved are incapacitated or dead. I am longer lived and hardier than most of them. I may have inconvenienced a few people. My nightclub employed some dubious characters, a former bare-knuckle boxer and an ex-thief amongst them. I needed people who knew how to take care of themselves, keep others in line. I wanted my customers to have a good time without worrying about troublemakers. The messages hint at some kind of secret from the past. Most people have secrets. I am sure I am no different from anyone else in that respect. Only, I am better at keeping them. It is likely that the messages are some random prank. Children, maybe, bored, on their way home from school. If that is the case, then I have nothing to fear. I lock up and walk down to the high street. The shops are bedecked with multicolored light displays and gaudy Christmas tat. Darkness falls quickly. I find myself going into a cafe and buying a cup of coffee, even though I could have drunk one at home. The cafe is full of harassed parents with squawking children. I drink my coffee quickly and move on to the only pub that is open all day. 4 pints later, and I am in no mood to be pleasant to anyone, so I stagger home. It is raining and cold, and when I get back, I take out the messages. I have kept them in order and read them all again. He has dwindled in his dotage, the old soak. Although he clings to a semblance of a life, there is no point to his existence except for him to acknowledge what he has done. It is only for that I hope he lives a little longer. I am sick of his complacent face, the blurriness when he gets drunk, the fighting talk. Why should he enjoy himself when I have been destroyed? There is a score to settle. He knows who I am and what he must do, even if he has yet to admit it to himself. I fall asleep on the living room floor and wake in the morning to see the messages spewed over the carpet. I pick them up and sort them roughly into order. Then I go into the kitchen and splash cold water on my face. My head pounds, my body aches. I eat a rudimentary breakfast. Today is the day for cleaning the house. There are a few rooms, so it doesn't take long. 20 years ago, I lived in a large house and employed a cleaner who came twice a week. I lost most of my money when the nightclub was shut down, but had enough cash salted away to buy this small house on the edge of town. It suffices. After I have dusted and vacuumed and cleaned the bathroom, I put on my coat and walk to the supermarket. It's busy and full of Christmas fear, even though it is only the beginning of December. Outside it's snowing again. Wet stuff that does not accumulate but lingers in a layer of slush on the pavements. I place provisions in my basket and pay at the checkout. On my return home, I find another manila envelope on the mat. It has come sooner than expected. I put down my shopping bags and open the flap. Inside is the usual torn-off piece of paper. This time the message reads, "Don't make me come for you." There it is, for the first time. A hint of menace. I put the message in my pocket. I will think about it later and make myself a cup of tea. Tonight, in the pub, I am meeting an old friend from my days in hotel management. After my nightclub was shut down, I worked as a manager in various enterprises, including a second-hand car dealership and a restaurant. Since I retired, I am often bored. The pub provides a certain amount of companionship, but I am still not used to filling vast expanses of time. Bob is already in the pub when I arrive. He has put on more weight and is almost spherical. In the old days, he was a fit, svelte young man. I have managed to keep myself trim. I offer him another drink and he asks for a pint of bitter. When we have our pints in front of us, I tell Bob about the messages. I show him the latest. He laughs. Someone's little joke. But whose? I say. They're getting weirder. If you're worried, go to the police. They'll not help me. Maybe there's a serial stalker out there. It could be a woman. I don't think so. Why not? You had plenty of them in the old days. You were quite the lad. Not anymore. Bob took a sip of his beer. I'll put out a few feelers if you like. Bob is a mason. I think about it, then nod my assent. The conversation turns to other things, and we drink a few more pints. Eventually, The landlord asks us to leave, and we part outside the door. It is cold and crisp, and I am not entirely sober. A chill breeze whistles past my ear. I doubt that Bob will be able to help me. I'm not sure that anyone can. In his heart, he knows who hounds him, but he will not admit it to himself. There are so many things that he is responsible for, but only one that warrants the treatment he is receiving. Surely he can see that, and knows what he must do. Then the real work can begin. Today I am tired. I slept badly, and when I dozed off, my head was full of dreams. In one, I watched a dolphin, disporting in a small pool. It writhed and leapt, desperate for deeper, wider water. I heard my dead mother's voice say, "Come on in, the water's lovely." I felt compelled to jump in but hesitated. My dreams are usually anodyne. There were others, but I cannot remember them. I make myself breakfast. Today I must telephone my sister in Glasgow. She likes to keep in touch. I don't think I will speak to her about the messages. She would fuss so. She thinks she's looking after me from afar, reminding me to go to the dentist and when to send birthday cards to our cousins in America. I have told Bob. That is enough for now. A useful indulgence. When I phone her, she does nothing but complain about the weather, her husband, the government. I find an excuse to cut the call short. Walking is my only exercise. Wrapped up against the cold, I stroll around the perimeter of the park. There are few people about. A father, mother, and 2 boys playing football. A toddler and grandmother feeding the ducks. The sky is an iron grey, the trees skeletons, the pond a sheet of tinted glass. I walk 3 circuits and then go home. There is another envelope waiting for me. It reads, "Time is running out." I screw up the scrap of paper and throw it in the bin. Then I take out the other messages from the filing drawer and set fire to them in the grate. I watch the brief burst of flame. Then I pick the latest message out of the bin and throw it into the fire. Soon all that's left is a pile of grey ash. When it has cooled, I brush it up and put it in the outside bin. There will be no more intimidation. Future messages will be destroyed, and I shall not read them first. Time to play a different game. He's a hard man, but I will break him. His arrogance and willful ignorance amaze me. Is it possible that he has forgotten? In which case, he is even more hideous and unfeeling than I had thought. Don't despair. I will win, however long it takes. I am lying in bed, and the stairs are creaking as if someone is walking on them. I get up and switch on the light. I step out onto the landing, but there is nothing to be seen. I experience some difficulty in getting back to sleep. In the morning, I am tired. As I make breakfast, I find the kitchen has been subtly rearranged. The toaster is further along the counter. The knives are in the wrong compartment in the drawer. Either I have become forgetful or someone is playing a trick on me. Who is able to get into my house? I check my spare keys are still on the hook. Then I ring a locksmith and arrange to have the locks changed. At lunchtime I escape to the pub. Bob is sitting in the corner nursing a pint. I buy myself one and sit next to him. The place is deserted. "I was going to ring you," Bob says. "I made a few inquiries. The police have no record of a stalker in the town. They will have a look at your messages, though, as a favour to me. I'm afraid that won't be possible. I did the sensible thing and burnt them." "That's a pity," says Bob. "There could have been DNA. I realise that I look foolish, but somehow I know that there was no trace of anything incriminated on the messages or the envelopes. In the evening, I settle down in front of the television. Soon I fall asleep. A terrible howling wakes me. I open the back door and the decibels increase. There is something puzzling about the sound. It seems to repeat itself, as if it is recorded and playing over and over again. I shut the door and eventually the dog, if that's what it is, quietens down to the occasional whimper. At night, a myriad tiny noises like a plague of beetles steal my sleep. In my restlessness, I am aware of every sound. They may be the usual noises of the house, wrought loud to my oversensitive ears. At last I fall into a dream-laden sleep. I am back in the nightclub, the pleasure-filled evenings merging one into the other. Hard work keeping it afloat beneath the swan-like glide upon the surface. We could do little about the drugs, and most of the time we did not want to. In the dream, I am happy to see the young people enjoying themselves. Then the lights go on, and the girls begin to scream. It's another police raid, and the young people's former joy seems tawdry and cheap. The girls have sweaty mascara-ravaged faces, and the boys rumpled clothes. I wake to the drip, drip, drip of the bathroom tap. It has been left on all night, and there is not enough hot water for a shower. I wash as well as I can in the sink. In the kitchen, a mug has fallen off the draining board and smashed on the floor. I clear it up and throw the pieces in the bin. A fall of soot from the chimney has dirtied the living room carpet. I take out the hoover and vacuum up the mess. I do not want to be in the house, so I go out for a walk. People are using the park as a shortcut to get to work. I walk around the perimeter 3 times, then stand by the lake. My reflection, a rippling blur. The sky is dark, and it may snow again. Will there be a message waiting for me when I get home? I find I do not want to go back to find out. I sit in a cafe and drink coffee. I have not brought a book. So I watch the people pass by, the happy, smiley ones, the busy arrogance of others. Something is coming. I can feel it in my bones. He is rattled. His house is no longer his own. But still he does not acknowledge his guilt. Soon he will run out of time, and the reckoning will begin. Eventually I steel myself to go home. There is no message, but the bathroom tap is dripping again. I tighten it. There is nothing wrong with the washer. In the afternoon the locksmith arrives, a cheerful young man, who quickly removes the old locks from the front and back doors and fits sophisticated replacements. I pay him and twist the new keys onto my keyring. When I go upstairs, I find my duvet scrunched up on the floor. The window is closed and locked. I am outraged that someone has been in my bedroom, but now the locks have been changed. It shouldn't happen again. I switch on the lights in every room. When I go to bed, I leave my bedside light on. I sleep a dreamless sleep. All seems well when I get up. It is quiet, and an inspection of each room yields no unpleasant surprises. Outside, a hoar frost covers the ground, and when the sun rises over the horizon, the sky is revealed as a clear, wintry blue. I decide to go out early, locking the doors with my new keys. The high street is deserted except for joggers and a young woman who lets herself into a greeting card shop. I walk to the park. There is ice around the edge of the pond, and the ducks sit on frozen mud under the trees. As I turn, the ground begins violently to shake. Terrified, I fling myself to the ground. A jogger running past asks if I am all right. I get up and find that all is still. The few people around me do not seem perturbed. In fact, they carry on their activities, walking, running, talking, as if nothing has happened. I feel foolish, brush the frost off my trousers, and carry on. As the sun rises, the sky turns a fiery orange. An icy wind whips up, and dry leaves skitter across the path. A gust blasts me in the face, and I experience an involuntary intake of breath. Everyone else seems to have gone home or taken shelter. I am blown off the path onto the the still frosted grass. As the wind buffets me further from the path, I grab a tree trunk and hold on as the storm howls around me. The branches above my head whipping and bucking so much that I am afraid they will break off and fall on my head. The wind drops. The sky returns to blue. The trees are as still as stones. The storm has passed, and I walk swiftly into town. It is still early, but some shops are open. I go into the newsagents and look through the local newspaper. There are no reports of strange disturbances in the town. The proprietor is staring at me, so I buy the paper and throw it in the rubbish bin outside. I go to the pub, but the door is locked. I bang on it for some minutes. No one comes, so I buy a beer in the supermarket. At home, I inspect each room before I settle down to drink. All is quiet and tidy. I tug open the ring pull on the can and think about the last 2 messages, about what has been happening to me. A thought forms in my mind, one I would rather wasn't there. I swig the beer, then open another can. We have him. He is ours. He is beginning to understand what this is about. We must turn this screw before he drinks himself into a stupor. How can it be that I took care that no one knew about it? The windows begin to rattle. The whole house shakes. Lumps of plaster fall from the ceiling. It was a logical response to the circumstances. An act of defense. I would have done anything to keep the club open. It was one of many things. I did it myself to make sure that it was done properly. She was always hanging around, refusing to go away. It took a while for me to work out that she was informing on us to our rivals. At that time, the police were raiding us every other week. I have no regrets over it. It was a struggle for survival. She was a casualty of war. I am not a squeamish person. I drove out to the countryside, dug a hole, and buried her. I can hardly remember her. Her family reported her missing, but the fuss soon died away. She was by then an addict. The police decided she'd run away to London or gone off with some man. When the police inquiries trailed off, I got on with fighting the war. The rattling stops. The house settles into silence. I have acknowledged it. Now he will leave me alone. I open another beer and switch on the television. It's the usual game show, followed by the news. I watch as an aerial shot of a small wood appears on the scene. There is a tent in one corner, protected by police tape. The reporter is saying, "A dog walker has found skeletal human remains near the village of Compton. A police spokesperson said that it is too early to identify the victim. Forensic experts are working at the scene. May he rot in hell. The chrysalis of nothingness he consigned her to has split open, and she has emerged, a glorious butterfly, enjoying our love for eternity." Chapter 24. Village Life. The Robinsons arrived late in the evening. He in black tie, and she in a long cocktail dress of sheer red silk. Neither Rachel nor Clive could remember inviting them, but they hoped the couple might enliven what was threatening to become a rather dull night. Edward and Patricia Robinson were the youngest people at the party, in their late 30s. Rachel guessed and somewhat overdressed for the occasion. Most of the partygoers were of a certain age and wearing outfits appropriate for an informal evening. The party involved bringing along a simple supper dish to be shared with others. The plates and bowls had long been cleared away, followed by games and dancing. They had moved on to the dancing stage, the games having turned out to be something of a damp squib. A medley of vintage pop songs blared out from the antiquated CD system that Clive had set up at the back of the hall. The Robinsons were resident in their cottage only during university vacations. He was, it was understood, a lecturer in philosophy, and she, psychology. They had attempted to fit into the village by drinking in the pub and patronising the shop and, where possible, attended events such as the annual fete and the church cake sale in the hall. They also went for walks along the footpaths, which meandered over local farms, hoping to come across villagers with whom they could strike up a conversation. Acclimatizing to country life was proving more difficult than they had envisaged, however, as most of the villagers, although friendly, were far too busy for casual socializing, even in the Farmer's Arms, which after 9 p.m. seemed to be largely a male preserve. "I hope you don't mind," said Patricia to Rachel, kissing her lightly on both cheeks. "But we didn't want to spend the evening alone. New Year's Eve is a time for being with friends." "What a wonderful dress," said Rachel. "I chose it for her," said Edward. "It complements her colouring, don't you think?" Patricia had made up her face skillfully and pinned her shiny black hair on top of her head. The scarlet dress enhanced the lusciousness of her red lips. "You put the rest of us to shame," Rachel said. She indicated a table laden with bottles of wine and spirits. "Help yourselves." Patricia poured 2 large glasses of red wine and passed one to Edward. He whispered something in her ear. Patricia put her hand over her mouth and suppressed a giggle. Rachel took a gulp of her gin and tonic and engaged Patricia in a conversation about traffic calming. Edward, leaving the women to it, approached a group of men standing by the far wall. He recognized some of them, but did not know their names. They were mostly farmers and older farm workers, apparently discussing the weather. It had so far been an exceptionally mild and dry winter. "Aren't you going to dance?" Edward cut in. "I'd have thought you'd be joining in by now." One of the men, eyeing Edward, said, "There's no hurry. Maybe we'll dance later." They resumed their conversation, this time complaining about the potholed local roads. Edward shrugged. He rejoined Patricia and, rescuing her from Rachel, who had moved on to the dearth of children in the village, the primary school might have to close, took her hand and whirled her onto the dance floor, where 2 middle-aged women were attempting to jive to Elvis Presley. It was jailhouse rock, very difficult to dance to, Edward found. He clasped Patricia round the waist, and they began a jazzed-up version of a foxtrot. By the time the song finished, they were looking into each other's eyes and laughing, a little out of breath. Most people in the room were watching them, including the men at the back of the hall. Rachel clapped loudly. "Bravo!" she cried. Edward poured more wine. The music had reverted to an easy listening compilation. Even the 2 women had left the dance floor. Edward and Patricia sat down, and Clive joined them. "How long is it since you moved into Honeysuckle Cottage?" he asked. "Nearly 2 years," replied Edward. Clive's eyebrows shot up. "As long as that? How have you settled in?" Patricia and Edward glanced at each other. Patricia said, "We're not here as often as we'd like." Edward said, "Perhaps that's why we found it difficult at times. We miss out on some village events, and we're not always invited to others." "Oh," said Clive, shifting on his seat. Patricia smiled. "We'd like to retire here. Then we would be able to join in more." Clive rose. "I'm sure that's a long way off. Anyway, retirement's not all it's cracked up to be. You'll have to excuse me. I must see how Rachel's getting on." Rachel was sitting next to Judy Oliphant. They were discussing the position of litter bins along the main village street. Clive sat down next to Rachel. When the conversation petered out, he said, "I think Patricia and Edward feel excluded. I suppose we ought to make an effort to be more neighbourly and ensure they get invited to everything." "They're not very organised though, are they?" said Rachel. "They didn't arrive until after 11 and they forgot to bring a bottle. We couldn't rely on them to be much help when work needs to be done." Clive said, "I feel a bit guilty about it though." Someone had turned up the music and several couples were gyrating to 1970s disco numbers. The group of farmers and their wives joined in, the dancing restrained and stylish. Patricia led Edward back onto the dance floor. This time they abandoned themselves to the music, swaying and twirling, stomping and flinging their arms about, but always at one with the beat. Every eye in the hall was on them. Rachel, sitting on her own, Clive was not a dancer, envied their energy and felt some of her own drain away. The other dancers seemed to have lost their rhythm, their efforts feeble in comparison with the Robinsons. As Rachel glanced round the hall, she noticed, as if for the first time, how old and tired everyone looked. The few young people of the village were enjoying their own, no doubt more exciting celebration elsewhere. Patricia and Edward, she could see, looked more youthful than ever. Patricia's eyes sparkled, and Edward was ogling his wife as she swayed sinuously from side to side. Rachel felt tired and upset, and wished she could go home. Memories of a wonderful New Year's Eve party she had attended while at university stole into her mind, contrasting with the current woeful evening. Combing her hair in front of the mirror in the ladies' lavatory, she hardly recognized herself. Her face seemed even more lined and haggard than usual. When she re-entered the hall, Clive was sitting stolidly on the same chair. Rachel felt a stab of discontent. She wondered if she should have left him years ago when the opportunity had arisen. Clive looked at his watch and turned on the radio. They listened to the chimes of Big Ben, another New Year scene in. He gave Rachel a peck on the cheek. He could see she looked tired. He felt weary himself. Auld Lang Syne was sung and everyone wished each other a happy New Year. Edward kissed Rachel, his good looks more evident close up. Most of the men were crowded round Patricia, eager to give her a hug and a kiss. Clive had joined them, Rachel noticed. Patricia seemed to thrive on staying up late. She was looking even more elegant and lovely than ever. She accepted the attention of the men gracefully, smiling at each one. Clive and Rachel decided to leave the bulk of the clearing up until morning. Several people had offered to help, but not the Robinsons, who seemed to have slipped away. Once the lights were switched on, the party had been candle-lit. The detritus seemed doubly sordid. Half-eaten meals and used wine glasses were scattered amongst soiled napkins and streamers. Food had been dropped on the floor and trodden on. Rachel made a mental note to bring along several refuse sacks for clearing it all away. The hall was cold, and the people who'd agreed to help had not arrived. Clive was muttering bad-temperedly to himself when the door opened, revealing Patricia and Edward, all smiles and friendliness. After the initial greetings, they got down to work, and in an hour or so, the room was clean and tidy, the tables ready to be wiped down and carried to the storeroom, and the chairs stacked neatly against the far wall. Clive turned to Edward. "I can't thank you enough. Our other helpers must have hangovers. Perhaps they're tired and still in bed," said Patricia. "It was a late night for many of them. When you're older, it's hard to bounce back." Rachel laughed. "What would you know about that? You're young striplings compared to us." Patricia said, "We have our moments." "Perhaps we have more knowledge of old age than you think," said Edward. "We believe wisdom and experience to be on a par with youth and beauty." Patricia nodded. "We much prefer talking to older people. You have so many fascinating, life-affirming memories of the past." Clive felt rather irritated that he was being included in the older generation. He was 65. "We'd like to talk to you about the old days in the village," said Edward. "Pick your brains about the past. You both went to the village school, didn't you?" "Yes," said Clive. "We've been sweethearts since we were 12 years old." Patricia clapped her hands together. "How lovely! And I bet you could tell us all the village tittle-tattle," said Edward. "There's no more gossip here than in any village," said Rachel primly. "Oh, come on," said Edward. "I'm sure it's a hotbed of vice and depravity." "What on earth makes you say that?" Patricia put her hand over her mouth and giggled. "We've heard a few rumours." Rachel bridled. "Not from us, you haven't." Edward smiled his disarming smile. "We're planning to write a booklet about the village, or a book if there's enough material. Perhaps the shop could sell it," and we'll donate the proceeds to a local charity." Rachel and Clive exchanged glances. "We'll need to include all the juicy bits," said Patricia. "Otherwise it might be a bit dry." "You'll put local people off buying it," said Clive. "I don't think so. Anyway, it's also aimed at tourists," countered Edward. "We've already begun researching the local archives. There are some great old maps and photographs, but little in the way of social history. We'd like to talk to the older residents, including yourselves. Every contribution would be fully acknowledged." Rachel could feel her antagonism to the idea ebb away. Edward was very persuasive. People didn't have to talk about themselves and their ancestors unless they wanted to, she supposed. She herself had nothing to hide, except, she remembered, Uncle Irvin and his fraudulent checks. There was no reason why the Robinsons should find out about that. "A penny for them," said Patricia. Rachel woke from her reverie. "I suppose we could make a list of people you ought to talk to," said Clive. "And have a word with everyone to reassure them that it's all right," added Rachel. "Excellent," said Patricia. "Come round for tea, and we'll discuss it further." The Robinsons' sitting room was beautifully decorated in William Morris wallpaper, and there was a fitted woolen carpet partially covered with antique rugs. The armchairs and sofa were luxurious. Tea arrived in china cups and saucers. "What a transformation," said Clive. "The people who lived here before you did nothing to the place. You've made it really elegant and comfortable." "I've compiled a list for you," said Rachel, handing over a printout. "There are 11 older people and 3 middle-aged, including us. I've told most of them that you'll be in touch." Edward's eyes twinkled. "Thank you, Rachel. That's very kind of you. We'll interview them all." Patricia came in carrying a plate of biscuits. "Can we record you today?" she asked. "I suppose that would be all right," said Clive. "I'm not sure we have anything interesting to say." When they had finished tea, Edward took a small dictaphone from his pocket. He switched it on and laid it carefully on the coffee table in front of Clive and Rachel. The Robinsons began by asking simple questions. How long had Clive and Rachel lived in the village? Always, except when they'd been at university. What did they do for a living? They were newly retired. Which house did they live in? Moorview Cottage. Then the questions concentrated on their school days, when they fell in love, the strictness of the teacher and their parents. The questions came thick and fast, and Rachel felt herself losing track of her answers. Inevitably, they asked about notorious ancestors, and Rachel found herself explaining about Uncle Irvin. Patricia and Edward's eyes held her. She found she could not look away. Her mouth seemed to be independent of the rest of her, and that part of her brain which still reasoned wondered if they had put something in the tea. Clive, transfixed, watched his wife spill the beans. When the Robinsons turned to him, he steeled himself to be discreet, but it was no good. He was soon telling them about an incident in the pub several years before when his neighbour, Jim Fellows, had hospitalized the young lad as a result of a fight over his daughter. Then he was explaining how funds from the village fete had gone missing. Everyone knew who had taken the money, but no one could prove it. His own dodgy ancestors included a sheep rustler transported to Australia, and his great-grandfather William had been a conscientious objector during World War I. The click of the dictaphone being switched off brought Rachel and Clive abruptly back to the present. Edward and Patricia smiled at them contentedly. They were slightly dishevelled, Rachel noticed, their clothes and hair disarranged. "Thank you so much," said Patricia. "That was very useful." "What just happened?" asked Clive. Edward frowned. "What do you mean?" Clive found it impossible to explain. "Will you use some of the interview in the book?" asked Rachel. "I should think so," said Patricia. "You were very forthcoming." Rachel swallowed. "The thing is, I'm not entirely comfortable." "Don't worry so much," said Patricia. "We'll only make use of stuff that is relevant." As soon as they could, Clive and Rachel made their excuses and left. When they arrived at their cottage, Rachel burst into tears. They both felt tired and upset. Later, after they had taken a nap, Rachel telephoned Patricia. "I'm not happy about what went on this afternoon. I'd like to rescind that list of people I gave you. Could you return it to me or destroy it?" "Too late," said Patricia. "We've already contacted everyone and made arrangements for interviews. Perhaps I ought to phone and tell them I no longer approve. I think you'll find that the villagers are very enthusiastic about being in our book. You'll just sound odd if you speak to them now." Rachel knew that Patricia was right. Clive said, "I don't know exactly what they're about, but I feel it in my water. They're up to no good." "But what can we do about it?" asked Rachel. On market day, in the local town, Rachel bumped into Patricia, elegant in a long sheepskin coat, matching hat and gloves, and high-heeled suede boots. Bundled up against the January cold, felt particularly frumpy and old. She had been unwell lately, and the icy weather seemed to have reached her bones and her joints, making her ache all over. Clive was also below par. Like many of the older villagers, he was suffering from a lingering cold. "Hello," said Patricia. "The market's wonderful, isn't it? I always buy my fruit and vegetables here." "How's the book coming along?" asked Rachel. "Very well. We've planned the chapters and decided which of us is writing each section. I think we've enough material now for a decent-sized volume." Her gaze travelled up and down Rachel. "You're not looking well, if I may say so. Upsetting yourself over things you have no need to is always bad for your health. Edward and I are very experienced at interviewing older people." When she got home, Rachel told Clive about meeting Patricia. "I've been thinking," he said, in between blowing his nose and coughing. "We could try beating them at their own game. What do you mean? Let's organise another interview. We'll tell them we've had second thoughts and don't want to miss out on the fun. I'll explain the rest later." Clive and Rachel waited in the Robinson sitting room. A log fire burned cheerfully in the small Victorian grate. They had arrived soon after lunch, earlier than arranged, and turned down the offer of tea or coffee. Patricia and Edward disappeared into the kitchen, and Clive and Rachel could hear a muffled conversation. Eventually, Edward appeared carrying the dictaphone. Patricia followed with a jug of water and 2 glasses on a tray. "I'm sure you're thirsty," she said, sitting the tray down on the coffee table. "We're so pleased you've agreed to a second interview. I don't think you'll regret it. We've had some interest in the book from a local publisher, so it may have a wider readership than we originally envisaged." "That's good news," said Clive. "Shall we begin?" Patricia's eyes shone with anticipation. "It was so enlightening last time." Edward put the dictaphone on the table. "Today," he said, "we'll concentrate on recollections of your teenage and young adult years. That should get the juices flowing." The Robinsons regarded Rachel and Clive expectantly. Rachel thought that they looked in even ruder health than usual, almost indecently so when compared to the ailing older folk of the village. She glanced at Clive and could see that he was making a good job of controlling his nerves. She poured out some water and she and Clive raised the glasses to their lips. Edward and Patricia began to ask questions, innocuous at first, about Clive's time at secondary school, and then more intrusive. They were sitting on the edge of their seats, Patricia rocking back and forth, Edward's eyes bored into Rachel's. She felt the intoxicating power of him, and was for a moment afraid. "What happened at the dances in the village hall?" asked Edward. "Was there not a great deal of courting, of fumbling, of groping, and more? Tell me about it." Rachel tried to remember what Clive had told her to say. "The dances were a real release for us teenagers. There was little else for us to do. They were somewhere we could meet up. One night, it all got out of hand. None of the parents were prepared to supervise, you see. The boys had smuggled in some bottles of cider. They decided it would be fun to swap partners, and it ended up in a kind of orgy. Just about everyone was involved. Boy with boy, girl with girl, everything you can think of. Several girls got pregnant. 2 had abortions. The rest were forced to give their babies away. It was all hushed up. Rachel saw Edward run his hand up the inside of Patricia's thigh. Edward asked Clive, "Were you and Rachel present at the orgy?" "Oh, yes," he said. "We were willing participants. In fact, it was Rachel's idea that we join in." There were quite a few teenagers in the village at the time, and everyone was present. Rachel and I were the youngest. Sometimes we meet up with others and reminisce. The Robinsons listened hungrily. The glasses and jug of water glinted in the firelight. "We reenact it," said Rachel. "We take it in turns, visiting each other's homes. Anything goes." She turned and looked at Clive. To her surprise, he clasped her hand and squeezed it. "That's not all," continued Rachel. "You should see what happens after the fete. The Rev Shawcross holds a black mass in the Methodist chapel. Even the children are there. He sacrifices Jeff Goodall's chickens." Patricia was sitting on Edward's lap. Her skirt had ridden up to her waist, and they were both moaning with pleasure. "And we take it in turns to curse Jesus and all his followers, and I don't need to tell you what happens next." Clive stood up abruptly, his knees bumping against the coffee table. The water jug rocked and toppled over, its contents spilling onto the rug. "I don't know exactly who or what you are," he said quietly, "but I can assure you that everything we told you today is rubbish. You've been getting your kicks under false pretenses, I'm afraid." He pointed at the glasses on the tray. "We didn't drink the water, you see. There was no orgy. The village dances were fun, but they never got out of hand. What folk got up to in private was their own business. You don't seem to realize that we're friendly with each other here most of the time, the same as in any village. There are arguments and disputes, but at the end of the day, we're a community. And there are certainly no black masses in the chapel." He laughed. "I can't believe you fell for that." The Robinsons looked at each other. Rachel thought she could see in their faces a ghastly deflation, a profound weariness, a grim acceptance of defeat. She almost felt sorry for them. "Age begats wisdom," Edward and Patricia had said. Maybe old age would be something she and Clive could endure, even enjoy together. It would involve, she realized, an acceptance of mortality. That should not be too difficult. After all, they had in their own small way lived through so much. Honeysuckle Cottage would soon, she felt sure, be for sale. Perhaps another young couple might buy the house, or a family with children. Rachel and Clive let themselves out of the front door, and arm in arm made their way back home along the village street. Chapter 25. Showtime. I made quite an exhibition of myself. I'm usually so shy I fade into the background, take my place at the end of the queue, stand in the corner of the room, watching what other people do. It's not that I fear the limelight, but I try to avoid being vulgar or pushy. I expect it because I was brought up by Methodists. Any displays of youthful joie de vivre were dismissed as showing off. Diffidence, although undoubtedly a curse, is also a form of vanity, it says. I do not need to join in. You can make all the noise. I am fascinating despite my passivity. Shyness became, for me, I suppose, pathological. But at a deeper level, I crave attention and have an ego as ugly as the chapel in which my father preaches. But a week ago, I was vulgar and pushy, as crazed and crass as any cheap wannabe. The reading resembled a dull, pretentious talent contest. Each poet desperate to delight the audience and outdo the others. Every drop of emotion was wrung from the mediocre material, every gesture imbued with empty significance. Only Tom Pugin rose above the sweaty fawning. It helped that, in my opinion, he was by far the best poet. Afterwards, I stood in line, at the back, of course, waiting with the other fans for him to sign my copy of his latest collection. He smiled graciously as each of us placed Blue Harvest in front of him. His agent leaned against the wall, jiggling the change in his pocket, looking through the window into the darkness. It was my turn, and Pugin smiled without really looking at me. Who should I inscribe it to? Your greatest fan, I said, and burst into tears. I leaned forward and touched his fingers. You are beautiful. The agent, roused to action, slapped my hand away. No touching. I think you should leave. Not until he signs my book, I said, dashing away my tears. The small crowd of dignitaries and fans remaining in the room stared at the spectacle of the agent's attempts to drag me away. I came close to kneeing him in the groin. Tom Pugin sighed. Leave her alone, Mark. He said, Do you have any idea how often I get propositioned on these tours? I'm very tired. We've been on the road for 4 weeks. I'm sure you're usually a nice young woman, but I'm going back to my hotel room to crash out. We're traveling to Kidderminster tomorrow. He signed the book and handed it to me. I'm pleased you enjoy my verse, he said kindly. Before the agent could stop me, I leaned forward and kissed Pugin on the lips. Then I strode through the open doors into the square. I looked around. No one was following me. I walked along the rain-spattered streets to the suburb where I live. Back in my flat, I thought about what had happened. I hadn't planned to act in that way. It was wholly spontaneous. An outburst of affection for a man I admired, both for his poetry and his looks. I must confess that I was intoxicated by my behavior. There were advantages, it seemed, to showiness, to the expression of emotion in public. That night, I dreamed I was pursued by Tom Pugin's agent across the cobbles of the town square. The clock on the church tower read 12. He was mouthing at me, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. Pugin appeared beside him, carrying a book of his poetry, and I ran towards the King's Head. We could easily catch you, the poet called out, but chasing is more fun. When I awoke, I couldn't for the life of me understand why I had run away from him. At the office on Monday, Katie, my supervisor, reprimanded me for daydreaming. I was thinking about Pugin, wondering if I could engineer a meeting. It would mean travelling to another of its readings, one taking place in a town with a railway station. I haven't a car. It began to seem like hard work, and there was always a chance the agent would recognize me and have me barred or thrown out. It could be an expensive waste of time. In any case, I had kissed Pugin, and he made it clear there was nothing else on offer. I took out my phone and searched for up-and-coming events. There was another literary evening at the town hall the following weekend with the novelist Mike O'Hare. You'll know his work, a kind of light, hip comedy, showy but forgettable. I had read his last novel, Paper Plates, the previous month. He seemed to have produced a new title, China Teacups, in record time, riding the crest of the wave. In his photographs, O'Hare looked older than Tom Pugin, but he had a pleasing face nevertheless. I bought a ticket to the show and realized that this time I could plan my performance rather than rely on spur-of-the-moment inspiration. Or would spontaneity be more exciting? Perhaps I should leave it to happenstance. For the next few days, I tried not to think of it. Besides, I had other things to worry about. After lunch, I noticed that the office clocks were speeding up. At first, they were fast by a few minutes, then by more than a quarter of an hour. By Tuesday morning, my alarm clock at home was half an hour fast. According to the time broadcast on the radio news, every clock in the house including my wristwatch and those on my phone and computer, was affected. When I arrived at work, I asked my colleague Sarah about the clocks, but she claimed there was nothing wrong with them. I tried altering my watch, but the hands sprang forward immediately. It grew increasingly difficult to stick to my routine. By Wednesday morning, the radio and television were affected. I arrived at work before the doors were unlocked. I was unable to determine the time of my lunch hour and found myself hastily eating a chocolate bar at my desk. This earned me a formal reprimand from Katie for unprofessional behavior. When I asked her if a sandwich would have been more acceptable, she said, "You're already skating on thin ice. Don't make it even more difficult for yourself." On Thursday, I was cannier. Carrying a bundle of files, I climbed the back stairs to the office. This time, Katie didn't notice my erratic timekeeping and assumed I had been visiting the old records section on the floor below. On Friday, I could not but think of the literary evening with Mike O'Hare. He would be reading from his latest work and answering questions. Perhaps I should formulate some deeply intrusive, probing queries. But that would be unlikely to create much of a spectacle for the audience to enjoy. I was learning to tell the time by the position of the sun, the arrival of dusk, the darkness of the night. In the evening, just as twilight began to fall, I went for a long walk through the suburbs, before most curtains were closed. Downstairs windows framed tableau of family life. A breeze stirred the branches of trees, which grew through the pavements of the better-class streets, presaging a return to more unsettled weather. I longed for a life more complicated than my own. That night, as the storm raged outside, I dreamt again of Tom Pugin. I knew it was Pugin, although he had no face. He was given a reading in the library, his agent acting as his bodyguard, pistol in hand. Pugin was dressed in hippie clothes, loon-style trousers, and a cheesecloth shirt. Slowly and carefully, I lay down and slithered across the floor, aiming to reach and kiss his sandaled feet. The audience, seemingly hypnotized, watched my progress with unblinking eyes. Pugin read his poem, The Reptile. On the wall was a clock, and I realized there was no way of knowing it showed the right time. As I reached Pugin's feet, the agent rose from his chair and pointed his gun at my head. "Put your hands behind your back," he ordered. But I could feel that I no longer had limbs, only a long, sinuous body. My forked tongue flicked over Pugin's toes. He did not move his foot away. I spent Saturday afternoon searching for a dress to complement my blue velvet jacket. Eventually, I found one in the shop on the high street which sells vintage collectibles. The dress was an animal print, snakeskin, a fortuitous cast-off, long and clinging. Early in the evening, I put on the dress and jacket and dug out a pair of high-heeled shoes. I took a taxi to the King's Head, ordered 2 martini cocktails, and drank them in quick succession. Across the square, the town hall lights blazed. A few people were gathered outside. Assuming the event was imminent, I left the pub and joined them. Standing at the back of the queue was a middle-aged man in a duffel coat, carrying a plastic shopping bag. "We're early," he said, "but it's worth it to get the best seats." He took his hand out of his pocket and popped a sweet in his mouth. "It should be a good evening. Have you read all his books?" "No," I said. "You should. He's a great stylist as well as a fine comic writer." I looked at the ground, then the clear sky. Stars were shining. I thought about giving up on the reading and going home. "My name's Keith, by the way." He held out his hand and I was forced to shake it. The queue had built up behind us. Keith chatted about Mike O'Hare until eventually the doors opened and, as he had suggested, we were able to sit on the front row. I chose one of the less desirable seats at the far end, hoping to deter Keith, but he sat down next to me without asking if he could. "It's quite exciting," he said, pulling a handful of slim volumes out of the carrier bag. These are the complete run of O'Hare's first editions. I'm hoping he'll sign them for me. A signature will make them more valuable." The hall reverberated with loud chatter. I imagined Mike O'Hare behind the scenes, the adrenaline beginning to kick in. "That's a nice outfit, if I may say so," said Keith. "Perhaps I should have dressed up. Not that I own any evening clothes." He had bought a program. A close-up of Mike O'Hare's face graced the front cover, the definition so sharp I could see the silver threads in his hair. Keith put on a mock Irish accent. "He's a fine-looking fellow. I expect that's why there are more than a few ladies in tonight." He laughed, then took out his bag of sweets and offered me one. I shook my head. "You don't say much," he said. I looked up at the clock on the wall. It said 9:15, although I knew the performance began at 7:30. The stage was set up as a facsimile of an old-world library, with books on shelves, a leather sofa, and a standard lamp. The house lights dimmed, and Mike O'Hare walked onto the stage. He smiled graciously as the audience burst into applause. In real life, he wore glasses. He sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and began his rather banal opening speech. "Thank you for coming this evening. I expect some of you have travelled rather a long way, others not so far. You're all very welcome. I've visited this town before, on a day trip with my family. There are some fine buildings, the church and the town hall especially, but you'll know that already, those of you who live here. I've been invited along tonight to read from my latest novel, China Teacups. I'm going to read 3 longish extracts and then I'll answer any questions you may have. The first piece is from the opening chapter. In fact, it's the very beginning of the book. So here goes. He opened China Teacups, found his place, and as he began to read, Keith whispered in my ear, "I don't know about you, but I find it difficult to concentrate when someone is reading aloud." I agree with Keith, as it happens. I'd much rather read a book than hear it, even when it's read by the author. Keith popped another sweet in his mouth. The aroma of pear drops hung in the air. "You haven't told me your first name," he said. I put my index finger to my lips and shushed him. The audience was laughing at the jokes in the book, and O'Hare did not seem to have noticed Keith's whisperings. Keith put on a hurt face and took refuge in looking through his pile of first editions, randomly opening each one. Uncrossing his legs and leaning forward, O'Hare gestured with his free hand. Despite his enthusiasm, I found that I was not really listening. I glanced up at the clock. Its hands were whirling round the pivot, a black blur against the white of the dial. When I dragged my eyes away, after what felt like only a few seconds, I was surprised to find O'Hare already finishing the last excerpt. As he closed the book, the audience broke into wild applause. To my mind, it resembled an evangelist meeting. "Any questions?" he asked. When the noise had died down, there was a brief silence. "Come on, don't be shy." Several hands were raised. O'Hare pointed to a woman near the back. "When did you know you wanted to be a writer?" Mike O'Hare laughed. "I often get asked that one. I knew from a very early age. As a child, I read all the time. When I was 7, I wrote stories for my brothers. The questions were as dull and sycophantic as I had feared. The hands on the clock whirled faster. I stood up and climbed onto the stage. I took the toy gun from my bag and pointed it at O'Hare. He shrank back on the sofa. I could hear Keith shouting, "Don't be a fool!" A woman screamed. Keeping the gun trained on O'Hare, I half turned to the audience. "Everyone keep calm. This is a performance. Fire and brimstone. No one will be harmed in the making of this installation." I took out a bag of glitter and sprinkled it over the stage. "Sparkle, sparkle. Quite a show. Tell them things they do not know. Challenge their complacency all from watching little me. Sparkle, sparkle, quite a show. Tell them things they do not know. For instance, sir, I said, pointing to a man sitting in the middle of the front row, you are desperate to be a hero, but you haven't the balls, and you, madam, if you don't make it to the ladies in the next 30 seconds, you'll wet yourself. Ask yourself why you are here. You are worshipping a false prophet. Mike O'Hare's writing is nothing but a cheap magic trick, a technical exercise. I heard a gasp. O'Hare attempted to stand up, but his legs betrayed him. Is that gun real? He asked. As real as you are, I replied. What do you want? Don't you get bored with this? The endless, empty self-promotion? Spouting self-sanitized drivel you think people want to hear? I'm giving you the opportunity to do something extraordinary, something you'll be proud of for the rest of your life. You can take the chance and... I don't believe it is real, he said. Keith chose that moment to rugby tackle me to the ground. He was lying across my body in the most ungainly way. I managed to keep hold of the gun and pointed it at him. He grabbed for it, but I kicked him in the head and he fell back. I crawled from under his dead weight, then slithered across the stage towards O'Hare, my legs sheathed in my skin-tight snakeskin dress. You're the only one who can stop me, I hissed. Think about the newspaper headlines. It would be fabulous publicity. You could write a book about it. Call it Showtime. I looked up at the clock. It said 9:15. There was no way of knowing if it showed the right time. Chapter 26. The Moor. As soon as Simone set foot on the path through the heather, her spirits began to rise. The red grouse were nesting, but the cries of curlew and lapwing, and the piping of meadow pipits, and the trilling of skylarks punctuated the perfect stillness. High overhead, a buzzard soared on the summer thermals. Simone had walked over the moor many times. It was on a human level utterly desolate and remote, and it suited her that she seldom met another soul. In the distance, the fells lumbered in the heat. Fine, still days on the moor were rare. In winter it was barren, the heather brown and dormant, lashed by the wind and rain. Often a thick blanket of snow drifted over the path, smothering its contours and rendering it dangerous to walkers. Even in summer, unless you were familiar with the seemingly random twists and turns of the path around the narrow cloughs and rises, it was easy to lose your way. Simone walked carefully over the rough, stone-strewn ground. There was no shelter, no trees, no buildings, just acres of open heathland. In one of his less taciturn moments, Stephen had told Simone she was in love with the moor, that it was her refuge from him. He laughed when he said it, but his eyes were sad. She had long ago given up asking if he wanted to come too. A lizard skittered across the path, its supple striped back glistening in the sunshine. As she walked further, weather-sculpted crags loomed to the north of her, the bare rocks a row of crooked teeth. She flopped down on the heather, basking in the heat. Like the lizard, Simone felt herself awakening from hibernation, her mind and body unfurling like the fronds of moorland bracken. She closed her eyes and stretched out luxuriously. When she opened her eyes, some minutes later, a figure leaned over her. "You were so still I thought you were dead," he said. Simone sat up. "I was resting. I wanted to be sure." As her eyes readjusted to the brightness of the day, Simone saw a man, dressed in country clothes. He carried a rifle, slung over one shoulder. "I thought it was close season for grouse." He patted the barrel of his gun. "It's my job to ward off poachers and other undesirables." Do I come into that category? I don't think so, he said seriously, although it's not easy to tell at first glance. She stood up. The man towered above her. Can I take you back to your car? It's easy to become disorientated up here. There's no disgrace in accepting help. Simone bridled. I've walked the circular path many times, and I've never lost my way. Suit yourself, he said, scanning the horizon, his interest in her evidently waning. Thanks for your concern, but I'm fine. Very well then, he said. I won't trouble you any further. He broke off and began to walk away. What were you going to say? She called after him. He spoke so quietly, she had to lean forward to hear. However well you know the moor, it can always throw up surprises. My advice is, keep your wits about you. And with that, he strode off. Simone watched until he was a small speck in the distance. Then she took a sip from her water bottle and rejoined the path. She needed to speed up. Stephen would be anxious if she was late home. Some miles away, tall cumulonimbus clouds were rising above the fells. Later in the afternoon, the fine weather would break. But Simone calculated that by then, she should be off the moor. Meanwhile, the sun beat down relentlessly, and there was not a breath of wind. Even the birds seemed to be seeking shade, their calls infrequent and subdued. Only the bees and crickets were reveling in the warmth. She felt herself overheating and wished she had brought a hat. The water in her bottle was unpleasantly warm. Nevertheless, it was good to be outdoors, away from home. After another half-mile or so, Simone saw two people walking towards her. As they approached, it became clear that they were a boy and girl, quite young. She was surprised they were out on their own in such a remote place. The boy was dressed in shorts and a shirt, the girl in a summer frock. Both wore socks and sandals. The girl had pigtails and the boy a very short haircut. They were scrupulously neat and clean. As they drew level, they stopped. The girl shot out her hand and grasped the hem of Simone's t-shirt. Without preamble, the boy said, "Can you tell us how to get home? Let go of me, please," Simone said. The girl tightened her grip. "Please help us," she said. The boy hung his head. It was clear they were frightened and upset. "What's your address?" Simone asked. The girl let go. "We're not sure." "Do you live in the village? There are no houses on the moor." "I don't think so," said the boy. "You don't think so? Have you forgotten?" "Yes," said the girl. An explanation dawned on Simone. "I expect you moved house recently." "That's not it," said the boy. "We've lived here a long time." The girl burst into tears. "Please help us." Simone looked at her watch. Time was slipping away. She felt a sharp tug of longing for Stephen. Later, she would tell him about her unaccustomed encounters on the moor. "I don't know if I can help." The distraught faces of the children pleaded with her mutely until at last she relented. "Perhaps the best thing is for you to walk down to the village with me. We'll find someone who knows you. You can't live far away." "We may have been left here," said the boy miserably. "What do you mean?" "It's a sort of game. We're expected to find our own way back." "Well, that's not very kind of whoever. Come with me, and I'll do my best to help you." The girl took the boy's hand, and Simone led them along the path. The boy began talking about the weather on the moor. He was very knowledgeable about it. He introduced himself. His name was Ryan, and his sister, Janice. Janice began to skip. They seemed to have cheered up. "We like the moor," Ryan said, "but you have to take care." The thunderclouds had spilled over the fells, and a weak westerly breeze funneled along the valley, cooling the air a little. The children began to sing what sounded like a nursery rhyme. Simone did not recognize it. After a while, the endlessly repeated refrain began to irritate her. but she fought the urge to ask them to stop. She did not want to jeopardize their good humor. The village was still several miles away, and they were making slow progress, the children stopping frequently to examine plants and insects beside the path. After a mile or so, the path skirted round the head of a deep, narrow clough. Without warning, Ryan broke away from his sister, fought through the bracken, and stood on the brink of the steep ravine. "Ryan!" Simone shouted. Janice gasped, distracting Simone's attention from the boy for a few seconds. When she looked back, he had disappeared. Making her way through the bracken to the edge of the clough, Simone lay down and peered into its depths. There was no sign of the boy. Again and again she called his name. "Ryan! Ryan!" fighting back the beginnings of panic. She craned her neck as far over the edge as she dared. The bottom of the clough was obscured by thick vegetation. If Ryan had fallen in and was lying unconscious, then it would be impossible to see him. She needed to find a way to climb down. As she was scanning the scopes of the clough for the least treacherous route, she heard laughter behind her. Ryan and Janice were standing on the path, hand in hand, swinging their arms back and forth. Simone stood up, angrily brushing dead bracken from her jeans. "What on earth do you think you're playing at?" she shouted. "How did you disappear like that?" "He likes to play tricks," said Janice, as if that explained everything. "I've a good mind to go on without you. You don't deserve to be helped." "We'll follow you," said Ryan. "It won't be difficult. Anyway, you promised." "I don't think I did. You're a naughty little boy." Simone marched off along the path. She steeled herself not to look round, but after a few hundred yards, couldn't help it. The children were a short distance behind, solemnly picking their way over the uneven ground. In the distance, thunder rumbled, and the crowds advanced towards the moor. She would have to hurry if she was to outrun the storm. The birds were silent now, having flown away to lower ground or sheltered in the heather. The moor was infused with an eerie expectancy. She broke into a trot. So did the children, matching her pace. She heard one of them stumble. After a few hundred yards, she stopped to take a sip of water, and they quickly caught up. "Sorry I frightened you," Ryan said. "I wasn't frightened. I was concerned. I thought you'd fallen in." "You looked frightened. I didn't mean any harm. You're old enough to take responsibility for your actions," said Simone, although she wasn't sure if he was. "Please come home with us," said Janice. "Won't your people be looking for you by now?" "I don't think so," said Ryan. Simone sighed. "Look, what is this all about? If it's a game, then it's a pretty sick one," Ryan said. "It's deadly serious. Explain it to me." Simone, after a glance at her watch, walked on. The children trotted by her side. "What you need to understand," said Ryan, "is that the moor has been in existence for thousands of years. Before that, it was a forest." "I know," said Simone. "I've read up on it." Janice said, "And we've been walking here for an awfully long time, looking for the trees. We're usually on our own, but sometimes we come across a special person who can help," said Ryan. "You mean help you find your way home?" "Yes," said Ryan. "And in other ways. Only a few people have been really helpful. Will you be one of those, Simone?" She could not recall telling the children her name. "I think you will," said Janice. "You're the caring kind." Simone threw a sharp glance in Janice's direction. Janice was examining Simone's face. "I'll take you down to the village, then you're on your own. I must go home. I have someone there who needs me more than you do." "But we don't live in the village," wailed Janice. "What else can I do?" Simone said with one eye on the thunderclouds. "The storm is coming. You need to find shelter." The children stopped. "I don't think you understand at all," said Janice. Rummaging in his pocket, Ryan took out a penknife. He pulled the blade open and pointed it at Simone. "Is this another of your silly games?" she said crossly. "No," said Ryan. "We're not going to the village. You're going to stay here with us. We know you love the moor." He sliced the knife through the air. "We've seen you here lots of times." The first drops of rain began to fall, the newly dampened earth exuding a pungent, musty smell. Simone would normally be in her car by now, on her way home. "Put the knife away. You're not going to do anything with it." Ryan lunged at Simone, the tip of the blade missing her by inches. "In order to help us, you have to be like us." "It won't hurt much," said Janice. Simone backed away carefully, aware that there was a steep slope behind her. Ryan advanced, his arm outstretched, the knife pointing at her throat. Two loud reports shattered the silence. Simone threw herself on the ground. To the west, she saw the gamekeeper standing on a low rise, the stock of his rifle tucked firmly into his shoulder, the barrel seemingly trained on her. The children had disappeared, hiding, she assumed, in the tall, shrubby heather which grew on this part of the moor. "You can stand up," he shouted to Simone. "It's not you I'm aiming at." He lowered the rifle and walked towards her, picking a path through the heather. Simone erupted into anger. "What on earth do you think you're doing?" she yelled. "There are children here." "I'd say it's you that had the most reason to be afraid." "The boy wouldn't have harmed me. It was just a silly game," said Simone. "You might have killed them," she called. "Ryan, Janice, come out. He's not going to hurt you." The gamekeeper was using his rifle barrel to prod around in the heather next to the path. Above them, the skies darkened, and the first forks of lightning sighed through the air. Thunder rolled threateningly, and the rain came down so hard it drummed on the ground. "Come on," he said. "You haven't a coat. I'll take you down to the village." "We can't leave the children," she said. "They'll be fine," he said grimly. "Trust me." Simone noticed that the rifle barrel was raised in her direction. She had little choice but to go with him. He took long strides, and she had to scurry to keep up. Soon, she was drenched to the skin, her jeans clinging to her cold legs, and her hair hanging limply on her shoulders. The t-shirt clung to her. From time to time, she looked behind her, but there was no sign of the children. "You'll need to stop thinking about them," he said. "That can be the worst thing about it." "Of course I'm thinking about them," she said. "They're on the moor on their own." "All the same," he said, "you're a good person, and they rely on that." Simone was too tired to argue. The gamekeeper strode along the stony path. Somehow, she dragged along behind him. At last, the village came into view, its gritstone houses huddled together against the rain. Simone could see her car parked on the road next to the church. "I'll leave you now," the gamekeeper said. "You'll be safe here. Just get in your car, drive home, and don't stop along the way. I'm sure you have someone at home who'll be worried about you. Aren't you coming down to the village? I could give you a lift." He was already walking back along the path. "I have work to do," he called. "You don't need to worry about me. The moor's my home." Chapter 27. The Dreaming. Dusk is some way off, and I stand at the bar waiting to be served. I've been here often on my way home from work. It's half empty on early summer evenings, and the staff are efficient and not averse to passing the time in conversation. I like the cool, pale green of its walls, the lack of music, the unmatched tables and chairs. I'm usually alone when I come here, and sometimes I indulge in people watching. I'm a connoisseur of eccentrics and their friends. They're more common than you might think, especially in obscure little bars like this one. Take the man sitting in the alcove, with the long, slicked-back hair and the brown, pinstriped suit. His deeply grooved face is expertly made up, and 2 young women are hanging on his words, their gaze never leaving his face. I'd like to listen in, but if I stand any closer, he'll realize what I'm doing. So I have no idea what is making him so attractive to his companions. Perhaps he's a good talker. For all I know, he has the conversational skills of Oscar Wilde. One thing among many I've learned recently, which goes against the axioms of the great man, is not to judge by appearances. Beer is something I'm supposed to have given up. But as it's a special occasion, I'm risking a pint. I'd forgotten how good it tastes. I agreed to stop drinking alcohol as a condition of being accepted for the course. Tonight, all my self-denial and hard work should pay off. Although there's no fail-safe way of knowing exactly what will happen. Things have a habit of unfolding in their own manner, but you can heal and influence the future. I do believe that. If I didn't, then I wouldn't be here now. It's been a beautiful afternoon, very warm, with a slight breeze to leaven the heat. Now in the evening, it's cooler. I drink the beer. The magical draught is swiftly absorbed. I am the most relaxed I've been all day. It's brewed by a couple I met at a trade fair. I was there to support my friend Howard, who was peddling his latest invention, a silent juicer. The couple, Phil and Mary, were handing out free samples. I drank one and talked with them about the labels on their bottles. It's one of my areas of expertise. They call their beer Gothland. They moved to London from North Yorkshire and brand it with a picture of a goat. The label is a poor piece of graphic design and the name awful. But it seems not to have held them back. Last year they won Craft Beer of the Year. I have invited them tonight and they promised they would come. Their beer is truly the drink of the gods. I'm hoping that all my friends and most of my relatives will approve of my new direction. It has to be better than working in advertising. Prudence has outweighed enthusiasm so far, and I have refrained from resigning from my job, but the soulless promotion of pointless products will not detain me for long. I have discovered that I have better things to do with my life. Suddenly, I'm so excited my fingers are tingling, and I can't stand still. I finish the beer and order another. The barman says, "I thought you had an ulcer or something. You usually drink sparkling water." "Today's special," I say, but he's moved on to serve someone else. Freddie from work walks in. He seems tense, and I offer to buy him a beer, which he accepts, rubbing his hands. "So, tonight's the night," he says, slapping me on the back so hard that I nearly spill my pint. "Who else is coming?" "A select crowd," I answer. "I've arranged for us to use the back room. It's quite small, so we can't fit many in." "You're being very mysterious about this." "You'll find out about it soon enough. It's a surprise for everyone. That's the idea." The others begin to arrive. Margaret from the art studio we use for most of our campaigns. Jonathan Hallows, my old school friend, and his sister Clarissa. There was my brother, Leo, Davy from the squash club, my neighbour Miss Collins, I don't know her first name, and Phil and Mary, who brew the beer. When they are all assembled, I introduce them to each other. There was much frank curiosity and good-natured joshing at my expense. Then I excuse myself. After a word with the barman, I let myself into the back room. The curtains are closed and 10 chairs have been arranged in 2 rows, facing an armchair at the front. It's warm and stuffy, and in the evening light shining through the thin green curtains, the room looks as if it is at the bottom of the sea. I open my bag and paint the symbols on my face, then change into the costume. It has been made for me by a skilled seamstress, working from photographs in a book. I have tried to make everything as authentic as possible, but the outfit is a composite, the embroidery her own design. I carefully tie the laces of the tunic and arrange the sleeves and trousers. Even though I have rehearsed this moment many times, I am fearful. I light a joint and inhale deeply. I sit on the armchair, and as I smoke the joint down to the roach, the door opens and the invitees file in. There is some suppressed laughter as they see me, and several of them knowingly sniff the air. I begin to tap on the little drum with my fingers. Moira, my course leader, slips into the room and sits on the last empty chair. I close my eyes and sing the song of the reindeer herders. The room falls silent. Before long, the trance enters me. The drum, a heartbeat. The song, a conduit for the spirits. I stand up and begin the dance. Soon the sweat drips from my face and armpits, producing dark stains on my costume. The spirits of the wolves and wild reindeer guide me into the deep trance. Now the healing can begin. I open my eyes. Through the eyes of the wolf I see the pain, the heartache of my friends. Freddie, the spirit tells me, is suffering from a malaise of the soul. His case is the worst. I put a hand on his shoulder and whisper the incantation. His eyes open wide. His chair scrapes back and he stumbles from the room. I work my way round the chairs. Miss Collins is lonely. Leo is permanently stressed. Margaret has an abusive partner. Phil and Mary are lost. I see that their business is in trouble. And I bring out the telling bones. I crouch down and spin the bones on the floor. They fall outwards, leaving a rough circle at their center. All will be well, I say to them. There is symmetry. I feel the spirits retreating. I sit in the armchair, my head resting on my chest. The drum is discarded, the dusk advancing so that the translucent green light is gradually giving way to semi-darkness. Moira stands up and begins to clap. The bewildered audience follows her lead. I find the energy to raise my head, open my eyes. Moira comes to the front and congratulates me on my graduation. A competent performance, she whispers, but cut out the beer next time. It drains the energy. The invitees file out, avoiding my eyes, and I change back into my everyday clothes. I pack the costume into my holdall with the drum, remove the grease paint with cold cream, and go back into the bar. Freddie is halfway through another pint. He eyes me wearily. I don't know what you think you were doing in there. Attempting to help, I say. His disdain is obvious. He turns his back on me. Phil says, "At least you tried. Mary and I appreciate it." He grasps my shoulder briefly. The others are drinking at the far end of the bar. My brother moves his hand minutely from side to side in an acknowledgement I gather he doesn't want the others to see. I take a deep breath and join them. It is awkward. No one mentions what has happened. The next Monday, I resign. Ian, my boss, calls me into his office. "Freddie tells me you've got yourself involved in some form of crackpot magic. Do you really think you can make a living at it? We have noticed that your mind has been wandering off the job for the last few months." I hope I can do some good in the world. "Good doesn't put food on the table," answers Ian. "How will you manage?" "I already have a few bookings. I expect to pick up more by word of mouth." "I wish you the very best of luck," says Ian. "You'll need it." My first professional engagement is at the home of Caroline and her mother Emily. They live in a Victorian house in Wimbledon, in old-fashioned shabby gentility. I imagine they have a small private income, inadequate for their needs. The ornate plaster ceiling of their enormous drawing room is discoloured and cracked, and the sofas and chairs are threadbare. A yellow-eyed cat sprawls on a cushion. Despite the fact that it is another sunny day, the curtains are closed. I placed an advert in the Evening Standard. Emily telephoned to make the appointment. She did not want to tell me what the trouble was. When I arrive, Caroline shows me into the drawing room, then goes out to make tea. I begin in conversation with Emily. She is hard of hearing. I ask her how long she has lived in the house, and eventually she understands. I was born here, before the war. I'm 81. Do you like living here? Not much. I haven't any choice, have I? I'd rather live in the country, Suffolk or Norfolk. Caroline returns with the tea in bone china cups with saucers. I set mine down on the rickety, occasional table beside me. I need to change, I say, indicating my bag. Can I use your bathroom? I catch the horrified look which passes between them. Or another room. You can divest yourself of your garments in the entrance hall, says Caroline. We'll close the drawing room door so your modesty will be preserved. I put on the costume and paint the symbols on my face. I take out the drum and begin to tap on it. When I open the door into the drawing room, the ladies are sitting together on the sofa. Emily coughs. We are plagued by a spirit, Mr. Carmichael. It is entirely malevolent. For a number of reasons, we can't move house, so we need an exorcism of sorts. We cannot abide the female vicar that has been foisted on us by the bishop, so we are relying on you. I nod, close my eyes and begin the dance. Emily sits expectantly. Caroline leans back on the cushions. I sing the song of the reindeer herders, but the trance will not come. I am frozen in the gaze of Emily, the surliness of Caroline. The joint lies unsmoked in the bottom of my bag. As a last resort, I stare at the sprawled cat, and gradually its yellow eyes become the eyes of a wolf. I enter the body and mind of the wolf, and at last dissolve into the sacred trance. The spirit of the reindeer flows around me, and the drum is the life-beat of the tundra. I dance, and the sweating begins. I look at the two women, see the murderous impulse in the face of one, the tricks and pranks of a desperate woman who wishes to frighten her mother to death. I bring out the divination bones, crouch down, spin them. They fall here and there on the carpet. You will live a long life, Emily. At the end, you'll be at peace with the world. I look up at Caroline. You must learn to be patient, otherwise there will be trouble for you. You still have time to mend your ways. For an instant, I see the anger that boils in her. Then her features compose themselves into their habitual mask. I'd like you to leave now, Caroline says. Mother is upset. I'm perfectly all right, says Emily. I lay down on the floor and close my eyes. When I open them again, Emily is standing over me. Caroline is nowhere to be seen. Has it worked? She asks. Will the evil spirit return? I say, I don't think so. Although in truth, I'm not sure what will happen. Here is your money, Emily says, handing over a bundle of notes. I've enjoyed meeting you. I change in the entrance hall and let myself out. On my way home, I fall asleep in the tube train and miss my station. Leo comes to see me at my flat. He asks if I'm okay. I'm fine, I say. I'm averaging 4 consultations a week. I've no idea how much you're charging. Enough. I live frugally. Well, if you need something to tide you over, how's work? I ask. They've advertised for an assistant. It should take some of the pressure off me. He pauses for a moment. Have you seen Freddie? He's a changed man. Seeing my face, he nudges me in the ribs. Don't flatter yourself. I'm sure it's something that would have happened anyway. I keep myself pure. I forego alcohol. I smoke and practice the trance. I live at one, remove my friends and relatives. Word trickles out, and I have plenty of work. The most heartbreaking clients are those who are terminally ill. I can't always cure them, but I help them accept death as the next step along the way. In the jargon of my former job, I manage expectations. A broken relationship or the loss of a loved one is the most common reason for a consultation. Often, I see new love on the horizon, and steer the clients towards it. Not all of my consultations are successful. One man loved his dead wife so much he wanted me to help her manifest in the room. I danced and sweated and sang, but still she would not come. He was angry that he had not seen her. She spoke through me, told him he must let her go. He refused to pay my fee. Soon, I am so busy that my life spirit drains away. I am exhausted. I avoid bookings for a few days and sleep, walk in the park. It's late autumn. The leaves brown and curl and scatter beneath the trees. Geese swim on the pond. I live for each moment, each hour, each day. I meet my brother, and he tells me I look tired. This new direction of yours doesn't seem to suit you. It's my life, Leo. I'm glad you're taking some time off. After a week, I am ready to resume. My energies are renewed and all seems well. I feel the need for company and revisit the little barn near the park. I ask for sparkling water, and a young woman approaches me. I've seen her there before. You're the shaman guy, she says. I may have a job for you. I hand her one of my cards. My sister stopped talking. She doesn't talk to anyone. We took her to a therapist, but he hasn't helped. We don't know what else to do. You're our last resort. Later, she phones and makes an appointment. I'm Shelley, she says. My sister is Farah. We're relying on you. They live in a London brick terrace in Islington. Shelley answers the door and ushers me into the living room. In an armchair sits a pale woman in a dressing gown. She makes no sign that she has seen me. I go up to the bathroom and paint my face, change into the costume. On my return, I drum, sing, and dance. This time the spirits come quickly. The wolf looks at Farah, but there is nothing to see except a haggard young woman in a chair. The heartbeat of the drum is strong, and for the first time the dreaming comes. I am in the forest. I can smell deer in the distance. Farah sits in a chair. Next to her stands Shelley, lithe and beautiful. Farah has a gag in her mouth. Tears spill from her eyes. The deer call me. I am hungry, but I know I must stay for Farah's sake. She is dying of a lack of beauty. Shelley strokes her hair, and I see that she is fond of her sister, but she cannot see the gag. Shelley says, "Speak to me." Farah's tears roll down her face and drip onto the ground. I pad closer. I say, "Shelley, you must remove the gag." "There is no gag." "I can't do it. It must be you." "If she speaks, what will she say?" "That's up to her." "I want to protect her." "Don't you want her to be free?" Shelley stands behind the chair and unfastens the gag she cannot see. Farah rubs her mouth and looks at me fearfully. "Your sister will look after you." The two women return to the world. I am called by the scent of the deer, and with my pack, I chase them through the forest. Later, I wake, the tang of fresh blood on my breath. Farah strokes my hair. Shelley says, "We're going to call for an ambulance." "I'm all right," I say, sitting up on the sofa. "The dreaming was deep," says Farah. Shelley's mouth hangs open. I change in the bathroom, hear muffled conversation from the room below. When I return, Shelley says, "Farah's getting dressed, then we're going for a walk." At home, I sleep. I sleep for a long time, then go to the park. It's a crisp afternoon. There is still ice at the edge of the pond. I breathe in the cold air. Ahead are the trees, bare-branched, their arms outstretched. I walk through the wood, winding around the girth of the tree trunks, shuffling in the deep litter of fallen leaves. But it is all ashes. I feel nothing and can no longer make things happen. There is not enough beauty in the world. The dreaming has entered my bones. I am the wolf who dreams in dreams. Freedom is the forest with my brothers, hunting under the moon. But I am tied to the world with a gossamer thread, spun by those who would keep me here.
I am called from the dreaming to dance and heal. Where are my brothers? I cry. I am sick, and in the dreaming the wolves leave the forest, following the reindeer. I am abandoned, a captive of my own heart. In desperation, I descend the thread, bite it through, and fall into the forest. My brothers return to heal me. We sleep beneath the trees and hunt under the moon.
Chapter 28. Dear John, there are times in life when something affects you deeply and alters the way you look at the world. It's happened to me on several occasions. When your father, and then you were born, so vulnerable, yet full of possibilities. And last year, when I learned of my illness. But the thing I'm going to tell you about took place in my late 40s, when I was living comfortably and happily, and it grew out of something so simple, it took me unawares. For a while I was lost to myself. Time has passed, but I dream about it still. I'm hoping that if I unburden myself to you, you will, with your scientific training, help me arrange what happened more comfortably in my mind. I've been unwilling to tell anyone about it before, even Peter, who has been my best friend since I was 5. You're too young to remember John. I thought of him as a quiet man, somewhat shy, with hidden depths. I only wished that he had been more forthcoming. I did my best to bring him out of his shell, but there was always something that held him back. The events that followed changed my view of him entirely. We found the letters in the bottom drawer of a filing cabinet in his study. His personal papers needed looking through before the clearance firm took away his nearly worthless furniture and effects. Anything of value, and there was little enough of that, had been sold at the auction house in town. John's home of 30 years was also to be auctioned, although it could hardly be considered desirable or of much value. It was a badly maintained Edwardian terrace, and the kitchen and bathroom were damp. Rain had dripped through the roof into the attic, staining the ceiling of the bedroom underneath. Peter and I were, in the absence of any close family, John's executors. His estate, what there was of it, had been left to a second cousin once removed, an orphan who was only 6 years old. Her parents were killed in a car crash, and John took pity on the little girl, who was living with her grandparents. We had 2 piles of paper, one for discarding and the other for keeping to look through. The pile for discarding was by far the bigger of the 2. Peter said, "Not much to show for a life, Justin. Not much at all." I waited until Peter went to the bathroom, then retrieved the slim bundle of letters from the keeping pile and put them in my pocket. I was at that point little more than mildly curious, and Peter might have thought me unnecessarily nosy if I'd read them there and then. They were the only letters John had kept, so they must have been important to him. When Peter returned, he got stuck into the filing cabinet and didn't seem to notice that the letters were missing. Once we had finished with the papers, we moved to John's bedroom, stuffing clothes from the chest of drawers into black plastic bin liners for the charity shop. A flimsy modern wardrobe stood in the far corner. At first, I thought it was empty, but when I pulled out the bottom drawer, I found a pair of women's shoes. I had always thought John was what they called a confirmed bachelor, but the shoes gave me pause for thought. They were gold and had open toes and slingbacks, the shoes of a young woman. Despite, or perhaps because of, the platform heels, they were sexy and elegant, showing few signs of wear. I was reluctant to put them in the charity bag, but couldn't think how to explain to Peter why I might want to keep them. Peter is a very down-to-earth sort of man. Things are black and white to him, so I put the shoes in the bag and hoped, in vain as it turned out, that I would be able to retrieve them later. John had always been a bit of a mystery to us. We were friends because we went to the same school, and I knew he worked as a clerk in the job centre in town. But the rest of his life was a closed book. Even at school he was secretive, and had few friends, apart from Peter and me. Like us, he hated sport, and we often bunked off and hung out behind the sixth form building. One thing I knew about John was that he was quietly determined to follow his own path. He didn't much care what other people thought of him. I admired him for that, knowing that it was a quality I lacked. As was expected of us, Peter and I went to university. John left school in the middle of his A-levels and got the job in what was then the Labour Exchange. He stayed there until his death of a heart attack at work, never seeking promotion or pastures new. The three of us met up every few months in the Red Lion. John, usually content to listen to Peter and me rabbiting on about our jobs and families, the latest films and exhibitions. He enjoyed classical music, however, and sometimes talked about his occasional attendances at concerts in Manchester and Leeds. We met regularly for 30 years, and John never once mentioned a girlfriend or partner. I assumed he was one of those asexual people who chose not to enter into close relationships. Once or twice, I introduced him to single women friends, but he never showed any interest. When we had finished disposing of John's clothes, we called it a day and went home, each with half of the keeping pile to look through. After dinner, I shut myself in my study, opened the briefcase, and took out the letters. To be honest, I felt quite excited, being about to find out something about John's private life without him putting the kibosh on it. I suppose curiosity got the better of me. He must, in any case, have known the letters would be found. There were 10 of them, 9 handwritten in an elegant forward-sloping script. They seemed to be in date order. Naturally, the letters John must have written in return were missing. At the bottom of the pile was a sealed white envelope addressed to me. They're in my desk drawer. If you'd be kind enough to fetch them, I'll read them to you. June 6, 1975. Dear John, it's quite funny, isn't it, that this is a Dear John letter, as if we were at the end of our correspondence rather than the beginning. I'm intrigued that you have chosen me to be your pen pal, without even a photo to guide you. For all I know, you could be an old woman or a 40-year-old man. Oh dear. Have sowed the seeds of doubt in your mind. I promise that I am the girl whose details you were sent by the Pen Pal Club. The only things I know about you, dear John, are that you are male and 18, and I have been warned not to give you my telephone number. The organisers seem very cautious, but I suppose they know what they're doing. Are you still at school? I have 2 weeks of my summer term left, study leave mainly, and then I'll be free. I've a place to read English at Durham University, so my freedom won't last long. It's quite exciting and scary at the same time. No one in my family has ever been to university, and I'm held up by my aunt and uncle as a role model for my poor cousins Elaine and Joe, who have every intention of leaving school at 16. I won't be disappointed if you're a trainee gardener or a barber or something. The Pen Pal Club is about bringing different kinds of people together. You probably want to know more about me. I'm pretty ordinary, medium height, medium length brown hair, average looks. I'm not a girly girl or a tomboy, but somewhere in between. I live in a semi-detached house with my parents and my little sister, Bryony. She's spoilt rotten. We moved here when I was 5, and I can't remember our previous house, which was in another town. I don't have any particular vices, except ice cream. I like reading, and I play hockey for my school. It's a girls' grammar, and on Friday nights, my friends and I go to a disco or on a pub crawl. My parents don't know about that. I've been to France on a school exchange trip, and it's the only foreign country I've visited. We usually go to Devon for 2 weeks in the summer. It's really warm here in Sussex, and I'm spending a lot of time reading in the garden. I have quite a suntan. It's very quiet in the house. Mum and Dad are both at work in the daytime, and Bryony's at school. I don't always like being here on my own. Sometimes I meet up with friends, but most of them have stricter parents than mine, and they're supposed to be on study leave too. I suppose it's all right so long as I don't spend too much time in the house. My favourite things? Ice cream, I've already mentioned that. Dancing, moonlight, books, shoes, mum and dad, and I suppose Bryony. Walking on the downs. Now I've come clean about myself, I think you should too. I hope the above isn't too dull or brainless. I refuse to mention politics, philosophy, or music until I've heard from you and know where you stand. Don't let it be too long before you write. I'm looking forward to it very much. All best wishes, Ruth. 12th June, 1975. Dear John, thank you so much for your letter, and I'm glad you liked mine. I'm not sure it deserved your fantastically long reply, but you should know that you've cheered me up no end. I've been a bit down in the dumps lately, but perhaps I'd better not burden you with that. I'm not especially clever. Most of the girls at my school go to university. It's expected of us. I imagine it wasn't the same at your school. I respect your reasons for getting a job instead, although I'm not sure I understand them. From what you say, you were perfectly capable of getting top grades. So long as you're happy, it really doesn't matter. You've lost me with the classical music references. I'm mostly a David Bowie fan, but hey, whatever turns you on. On the philosophy front, you're well ahead of me. I've never read Marx or Engels. So far, I've concentrated on fiction. Dickens is my favourite, and some spooky authors like M.R. James. Perhaps it will be different at university, and we'll read a wider selection of books. I'm looking forward to leaving home now. It'll be a new start. Blow some of the cobwebs away. I've been taking long walks on the downs. The air is clearer up there, and the views are amazing. You can see the whole of the Weald, and nearly as far north as the southern edge of London. Do you walk in the hills? I know many people in the north do. I'd never been further than Birmingham until my university interview at Durham. The scenery flashing past the train carriage window was breathtaking. You asked for a photograph. I suppose I could send one, although I'm worried you'll go off me when you see how boring I am. I have one my father took last winter in the garden. Perhaps I'll put it in the envelope with this letter. You must promise to find a photo of yourself, though. It's only fair. I'm dying to know what you look like. It's extraordinary that you're saving to buy your own house. I can't imagine being in that position. Perhaps you could describe it to me in your next letter. It must be lovely to have your own money to spend. All I have to live on is my poxy student grant. It's getting late now, and Mum, Dad and Bryony are still not back from Auntie Daisy's. She must have made some of her lethal fruit punch. It's too dark to go into the garden, so I'm stuck inside on my own. I'm writing to you, dear John, on the dining room table, trying to keep my mind off scary things. Mum says I worked too hard for my A-levels, and am now a bit nervy. I'm sure that's all it is. I'll be able to sleep properly again soon. I'm telling you this because I already think of you as a friend. Do you believe in spooky things? Mum and Dad and Bryony have just arrived home. Bryony's asleep in Dad's arms, so I can safely go to bed. Do write soon, and be kind about the photo. Ruth. 21st June, 1975. Dear John, I hardly know what to say. How can I react to descriptions like nymph in jeans and ethereal beauty? I'm very flattered, but are we really talking about the same photo? I was about to go to the youth club disco when it was taken, so I'm wearing my favourite platforms. I think I told you I have a thing about shoes. They make me look taller, but otherwise I'm as wispy and scruffy as usual. Thank you for sending your photo. It's a shame it's blurred, but despite that, I can see that you have a lovely smile. Is that a wedding suit? Seriously though, I feel that I know you a bit better now. And you go for long walks too. How well suited we are, dear John. Although all that political stuff you write about is lost on me. My parents vote Conservative. Perhaps you could educate me and help me decide who to vote for. I think I can work out where you are coming from. Your house sounds great. 2 bedrooms means you can have friends to stay. I hope you save enough for the deposit before anyone else buys it. Even if they do, you'll probably find somewhere just as good. I wish my parents would move house. Although I'm going away to Durham soon, I'll still have to come home for vacations. I'm trying not to let it get me down, but it's proving difficult. This probably sounds overly mysterious, and I'd like to explain it to you properly, but I'm afraid you'll laugh or think I'm crazy. If I don't tell someone soon, I think I will go crazy. I've told you I'm a bit nervous and down in the dumps. Well, it's rather more than that. I'll take a deep breath and just come out with it. When I'm in the house reading or writing to you, I feel as if someone is looking over my shoulder. I can't always see them, but I hear them breathing. Their outline is very faint, just an impression. But I think it's a man, a middle-aged man, and it's always my left shoulder he's peering over. I haven't been able to tell my parents about it because they'd insist I see the doctor. I could really do with some advice. Am I just a bag of nerves and seeing things because of it? It feels very real and creepy at the time. If I sit still and stop what I'm doing, he eventually fades away. He's not overtly hostile, but seems to have a goggling kind of curiosity about me, which is really quite repellent. I'm writing this in the garden, as he doesn't seem to venture out there. Will you write to me soon and tell me what you think? I'll try to take it on the chin if you're entirely skeptical. Love, Ruth. 2nd July, 1975. Dear John, thank you, and thank you again for your kind reply. I'm so glad you're taking me seriously. But you think it might all be a hallucination? Perhaps you're right, and I'll gradually get better as the summer wears on. It makes me a bit crazy though, doesn't it? I hope I haven't put you off. It's interesting that you're not a believer in the supernatural. I suppose it's because you're a materialist and not into any kind of religion. The opium of the people? What does that make spooky stuff? Marijuana? I'm not sure where I stand. Especially since my goggling man came on the scene. I'm seeing him more often now. I've even been glimpsing him in the living room and the kitchen, just as I leave the room. He frightens me, dear John. Even if he is a product of my own brain, I'd do anything to be rid of him. You're right that a change of scene might help me get a fresh perspective on things. So I'm going to take you up on your invitation, even if it's against the Pen Pal Club rules. It'll have to be just a day trip, though. My parents would never let me stay overnight. I'll leave very early in the morning so we can have a long day. If I come on the date you suggest, will you be able to meet me at the station? I suppose you'll have to take a day off work. Would that be all right? Oh dear, I'm very excited, as you can probably tell. Perhaps you could show me around York. Or shall we go out into the countryside? I don't even know if you own a car. I'll see you in a few days. I can hardly believe it. It'll be a real adventure. Ruth. 11th July, 1975. Dear John, things have changed. The world is subtly different. A connection has been made that can never be broken. I was beside myself with excitement on the train, and it was a joy and a relief to see you waiting on the platform. You made everything so easy and natural. Walking round York was a treat, the city a revelation to me, and the Minster divine, pun intended. It was silly of me to wear my beloved platforms though, and so much more comfortable once I'd exchanged them for the espadrilles you bought. I was probably trying to impress you. I must have left the shoes in your bag. At least, I hope so. Returning them will provide a good excuse to meet up again. Writing to each other has made us friends. Meeting has made us good friends. I hope you agree. I enjoyed talking to you in the museum garden. You were so passionate about the things you believe in. But I have to admit that I was distracted because I could see my tormentor standing at the end of the bench, listening to everything that was said. You've made it clear how you feel about this apparition, and I've tried to stay calm. But I can't seem to do anything to make him go away. I haven't any dark secrets, nothing to feel guilty about. And if that makes me squeaky clean, then so be it. I'm sure I'm not hysterical, and I'm desperate for some kind of resolution. I'm not sure what I'm going to do next, but I'm grateful to you for letting me write to you about it, and for giving me such considerate advice. I don't mean to spoil what was otherwise a wonderful day. Even the weather was kind to us. Being immersed in the history of the city with such a knowledgeable guide was my favourite part of the day. The city walls, the overhanging timbered buildings in the narrow streets, the gargantuan meal in the Golden Lion. These are things I will remember for a long time. Stepping into the railway carriage and leaving you on the platform was a sobering moment. It would be easier if we lived closer together. Write soon, and look after the shoes for me. They're very precious. Ruth. 18th July, 1975. Dear John, I've waited 4 days before picking up my pen. I haven't known what to say, how to deal with this. It was completely unexpected. I've been a fool. I've opened up to you in a confiding sort of way and must have given you the wrong impression. You're kind and sympathetic and intelligent, and I like you very much, but I never meant to stir up romantic feelings in you. You say you love me, but in truth, we don't know each other well enough for that. I can't help feeling that your declaration, coming so early in our friendship, might spoil things for the future. If there is a future, it would be better if you could take it back. Perhaps if we never mention it again, then everything would be the way it was. I felt so free and natural with you, and I don't want that to be spoilt. I can't help but be hurt that you are suddenly so dismissive of my troubles, as if they are an inconvenience to you. Even if the apparition is just a product of my stressed out brain, he's causing me a lot of unhappiness. It's as if you've run out of patience with a part of me that doesn't fit with your ideal. You want me to be the perfect woman, unreal, without flaws. Shall we pretend it never happened? Try to go on as before? I'm not sure if we can. I feel uncomfortable and upset, and I don't know if I trust you anymore. I'm very innocent. I've had a sheltered upbringing, and I've never had a serious boyfriend. So you must forgive me if through inexperience I've inadvertently led you on. I know I should be flattered by the compliments, all the lovely things you've said. But I'm not the goddess you make me out to be. She's a figment of your imagination. I'm ordinary. I'm human. I'm not some woman in a poem or a film. I make mistakes. I'm beginning to think I made a mistake confiding in you. All the time my tormentor is getting bolder, more intrusive. Right now he's leaning over my shoulder reading every word. I can't go on like this much longer. I never thought of myself as highly strung before. But you don't want to read this, do you, John? You'd rather fantasize about some woman who only exists in your head. Prove me wrong. Step back from the brink. Write a letter to a friend who cherishes you, but can't yet think about love. Ruth. 25th July, 1975. Dear John, you saw him in York. Why didn't you say so at the time? You let me get angry with you. I thought I had lost my only confidant. I was in despair. You did see him, didn't you? You're not just making it up to please me. I'm even more scared than I was before. Why has he chosen me? The only interesting things in my life are you, dear John, and him. His eyes follow me everywhere, in the house, in town, even in the garden. I can almost feel his breath on my cheek as he leans over my shoulder, spoiling everything. My thoughts are stolen from me, all my movements tracked. There is no part of my life that is my own. You give me a modicum of hope, dear John. Apart from you, he's all I think about night and day. I have seen the doctor, and he has prescribed Valium and some other pills. I didn't tell him what the real trouble was. When she is home, my mother watches me like a hawk. There is talk of postponing university for a year. My life is falling apart. Only you can save me. Please, please write soon. 30th July, 1975. Dear John, you haven't written. I'm sorry things have to end this way. I hope your life is long and happy and that you quickly forget about me. As I've explained to you before, I'm no one special. You'll find someone who is the perfect match for you. I know you tried to make me feel better by pretending you had seen him in York. I forgive you for that. You were only trying to help. But it has not relieved any of my suffering. Goodbye, dear John. Love, Ruth, 2nd August, 1975. Dear John, I am writing to let you know that 2 days ago, Ruth took an overdose of tablets. She died yesterday in Brighton Infirmary. She wouldn't have suffered in any way, and it was very peaceful at the end. Looking through Ruth's things, I found your letters to her. I must say, I am shocked and angry that you wrote to her in the way you did. It is clear that she confided in you, and you did nothing to alert us to the delusions from which she was suffering. I would have thought that any other intelligent young man would have acted with more compassion. My poor daughter was obviously very sick, and you did nothing to help her, even at the end, encouraging her in her beliefs. We had no idea how advanced her illness had become. I thought she was merely suffering from stress. You could have saved her, and you didn't. The whole family is distraught. We can't believe we have lost our daughter in this horrible way. You will not be welcome at the funeral, so please, keep away and do not reply to this letter. Marjorie Smith, 20th of August, 1975. Dear John, it's so calm here, in the green of the garden, alive with late flowering plants and the chirruping of the birds. I hope you are well, dear John, and I must apologize for the note I wrote to you. I was imprisoned in anguish and could think of no other way to escape. Here, they look after me as if I were a fragile piece of porcelain. I think I could have loved you, and I accept now that you love me. It is probably the case, though, that we will never write to each other again. You will have noticed that there is no address on the top of this letter. Isolation is the price I pay for peace. They will be calling me in soon. Live well, dear John. Love, Ruth. 5th April, 2005. Dear Justin, I know that it will be you, not Peter, who'll read the letters. You're always so curious about me, asking questions I usually manage to deflect. I don't know why you're so interested. You have a pretty full life yourself. Despite all that, I still count you as a kind of friend because of our school days. Because there's no one else except Peter, and because I want to keep you close. I had a health scare. My heart, you don't know about that. And it made me realize that I need to write to you before it's too late. You'll have read the other letters first. I know how methodical you are. And I expect you will be all agog that I fell in love once in my life. And she was the love, the only love of my life. I have been waiting for her to write again for 30 years. Do you like the letters, Justin? They answer some of your questions about me. You'll never find the letters I wrote to Ruth. Her mother will have seen to that. So don't go chasing after them. You'll have to be content with one side of the story. I really did catch a glimpse of Ruth's goggling man in York. He looked just like you, as you are now. A middle-aged man asking me intrusive questions that I don't want to answer. You were leaning over the bench, inspecting me as if I was some kind of specimen. It was only recently that I realized it must be you, smarming all over her, making her feel spied upon, spoiling her life. Her letters to me were private, but you couldn't stop yourself from gloating over them. Wherever she is, I hope she is happy and free. I will never be able to forgive you, Justin, for making her life a misery, for tearing us apart, for enjoying the letters so much. Not that my feelings will mean anything to you. You had your fix. John.